Good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports, 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app, plus all the podcast platforms. And you may be finding us for the first time today or the first time in a while. Who knows? Thanks for coming back. We've missed you, and we appreciate you. And let me welcome straight off the bat this morning, Brock Heward in the building.
Yeah. Is it usually this dark this early?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Actually, it's usually darker than this, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's a bright morning, Brock. It's a happy morning. It's a good day to be alive in Seattle. Obviously, since we've left you, there's been a lot going on. DK Metcalf traded, Geno Smith traded. The Seahawks now have all sorts of holes and issues and things to work out and question marks about why everything went down. We have answers over the course of the morning. Let me see if I can kind of lay out the show. No guests today. We're just going to talk with you guys. We may take some calls. We may hear from you guys, but no guests. I think we're just going to chat with you guys and kind of run through all of the big picture questions and stories and everything else going on today. And then starting at 9 o'clock, obviously, we'll start seeing where some of these players are going in free agency. Essentially, Brock, over the course of the morning, I want to try to answer 5 questions together, and we'll do it at various times. We got to try to figure out why was Geno traded. We got to try to figure out why was DK traded. We got to try to figure out the timing of it. Why did it happen now? I think we've got to try to figure out what the Seahawks are doing.
Yeah.
Are they tanking? Are they competing? Are they resetting? Are they rebuilding? What are they doing? And then ultimately, I think we've got to get into what they're doing next and what comes after this, right? So I think over the course of the next 4 hours, we can try to answer all of those things. I'm pretty interested in what went down and why, and I think we got to tackle some of that before you can get into what they do next, because it should affect it. Maura asked a brilliant question over the weekend, which is essentially, were they going to do this anyway, or was this because of the way the negotiations went? Maura, it's a great question, and ultimately I think my answer is going to be they had limits on what they were willing to do. I'm going to guess that those limits had to do with the limitations of the player. And in both cases, the player thought that they were worth more than the Seahawks did because the Seahawks had those limitations.
I think I probably lay in there as well. That, as John Schneider has said to us, has said to on the John Schneider show to Bob and Dave repeatedly, Salk, this is such a fluid situation. We live in it for 3 to 4 hours a day talking about it. I mean, my gosh, how many hours over the course of a year do we talk about our NFL football team in our market as the other 31 markets do all across the country, Salk? And I think we have learned from John that for us, it's really easy to look at this very stagnant. Oh, look at their salary cap number. Oh, look at this. Oh, you got to make this move. But for him, in the whole organization, there are so many moving pieces constantly, right? Into this season, into next season, into that flow chart and how all this comes together. And then when you do ultimately sit down with Geno's agent at the combine, you start to get a feel like, whoa, okay, yeah, well, this isn't going to go. Oh, DK wants what? He wants $33 million. Well, that's just not going to happen. So it just kind of unlocks that next opportunity and that next opportunity, and it just never stops in the NFL. It just never stops.
I will say I love this. I really do. I'm very happy today. I know a lot of people have texted me, tweeted at me, thought about me over the last couple of days.
Did you have over the weekend?
I'm drinking some right now.
That Kermit the Frog meme. Yeah. Look at you right there.
We got a little Earl Grey going this morning, Brock.
Sipping your Kermit the Frog tea. Look at that little meme.
Yes.
Nice.
The tea tastes great today. Actually, I drink tea every morning, so it's not that big a difference. But yeah, I did get some texts like this one from the 253. Salk, this is the day you've been waiting for. Have the show of your lifetime. Do us all real fans a favor and dance on the graves of the people who said pay DK and pay Geno. I'm not going to do that. Obviously, that's not in my nature. I'm just going to talk about why I love this. I do. I love it. I'm nervous about it. I think everybody out there is probably nervous about it. It's nerve-wracking to move on from 2 good players. It's difficult. And it puts a lot of pressure on John Schneider and Mike McDonald and all of the people involved to get it right. There's no doubt. They took a huge risk yesterday over the course of the weekend.
Big stones.
Enormous risk, and I applaud it. Because this is, to me, how you build a winner. Not a good team. They had a good team, and if they had kept both guys and paid the salaries that they both wanted, they probably would have had a good team next year, too. Mm-hmm. But the goal isn't to build a good team. The goal is to build a great team, and that is going to take some amount of risk. The combination, Lyle, you said this yesterday, of Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett produced exactly 0 playoff wins.
And they went to 1.
That's not building something that is worthy of contention. So I wish they would have gotten more for both guys. I wish they would have done the DK thing earlier, and I think they could have gotten more. But I do think it's a huge day and an enormous opportunity for both John Schneider and Mike McDonald to put their stamps on a team that's not really been theirs before. Mm-hmm. Right? It's been kind of Pete Carroll's team until now. Well, Mike McDonald's come in. He's taken a look. He's assessed over the course of a year. John Schneider has had now a year to kind of make it his own. And this is the future now of the Seahawks that is Pete Carroll-less instead of still with the shadow of Pete Carroll hanging over it.
Yep. Last Monday, we come back from Peoria. It's cold. It's dreary. We had a week in the upper 80s. We had a week of optimism, of baseball, of all that. So let's face it, last Monday, you were pretty grumpy bear. And part of it was because of where the NHL team was, stuck in the middle. Part of it was, the Seahawks are going to sign Geno back. He's stuck in the middle. Yep. Part of it is the Mariners, you feel like, wow, you're just kind of stuck at that 84, 85, and great pitching and some optimism when you're around it. But you get away from it again, you feel like you're just stuck in the middle. You just don't want to be stuck. And I think ultimately, whether it was ownership, front office, coach it, we can't just be stuck, and we're not in the business of just preserving our jobs to win 9 or 10 games. We're in the business, as John Schneider will say, and he'll say it Thursday, and he said it last week, and he said it to me, we're in the business of doing what's best for the organization. And these moves this weekend were ultimately what was best for the organization, because you're not about winning 54% of the games in football. You're not. Winning 9 or 10 games secures you nothing in the NFL. It keeps you in the middle. You've got to be about going after it and winning championships. And, yeah, it takes big swings. And these were big swings. And Friday night was bigger. DK didn't surprise me. Once he asked for a trade, this was inevitable. Was not believing for a second he's going to be back. Was not believing for a second this was just gamesmanship.
Any part of you that thought, hold on, after Geno was traded, that maybe DK would be back? Was there any part of – really?
No.
That part jumped out. I wonder if his whole I want to get out of here contender thing has something to do with Geno, since, we've heard stories for quite some time that the two of them were not exactly simpatico.
I think it had to do with $33 million a year that probably. He felt and his agent felt like he could get elsewhere. But we'll dig into all of that. But just big picture, this is swinging for championships. This is doing what the Seahawks did 15 years ago with Pete and John in a similar vein, moving on from Hasselbeck and Lofa and those guys that were beloved, and you loved them, and you get it as a fan. And I know there's a bunch of you out there that are just like, man, I'm bummed. We were good. We just need a little better O-line. Just add a piece here or there, and we could get over the top. But I think those games at home when you lost and you lost and you lost and you lost and you lost, and other fans were filling some of those seats and some of just the momentum of championship expectations.
And how were you going to do some of those things without opening up some of the space, cap-wise, draft pick-wise, et cetera, to get everything done? So what a world we live in this morning. 425 says, honestly, Salk, I'm thankful. Thank you for talking about the DK trade for a while, because it emotionally prepared me. If not, I would have been devastated yesterday. All right. Well, hey, I'm happy to provide a little public service. All right. I think now you guys know roughly what we're going to be doing today. We're going to try to answer all of those questions and a whole lot more. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, including some of the details of what went down over the weekend. That's coming up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Geno has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a third-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft, on his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
you're shocked. I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text KING to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text KING to 42424. That's KING to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Eddie's! Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it doesn't get too much crazier than the last few days in Seahawks world. They completely revamped the future of their team. All this weekend, trading their 2 biggest stars, Geno Smith to Vegas for a 3rd-round pick, DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh, for a 2nd-rounder. It gives the team 5 picks in the first 100 in April. That'll be interesting. Let's start with Geno. Some discrepancy in the way we got here. Was this simply about the 2 sides being far apart with the numbers? Seahawks offering a deal in the 30s, Geno wanting a deal in the 40s. That would certainly make sense, and it's what Mike Garafolo said.
Go back to last year when we reported that there were conversations, or Geno Smith tried to have conversations about a contract last year, and the Seahawks said, no, not with 2 years left on your deal. He confirmed it to the media. Did not seem very happy at the time that he didn't get an extension, so coming into this offseason, feeling like he proved it again, wanted an even bigger number this time around from the Seahawks. There was a gulf between the sides from our understanding here with regard to the financials on this one.
So that's certainly what makes the most sense. Bob Condotta, though, reporting over the weekend the Hawks made an offer in that range, and Geno turned them down without a counteroffer, making it seem like he just wanted out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think some of those details will come out in the days and the weeks ahead a little bit, Salk, and maybe after they sign whomever they're going to sign or trade for, or that next kind of domino that's got to fall with the quarterback situation. I think I'd lean a little bit, not that Bob's reporting was wrong, but I think I'd lean a little more into the stubbornness of a Geno Smith. Right? Oh, you could talk about me. Oh, you could say on the tip of the spear. Oh, you can love me competitively. Oh, you could say that's a poo-poo take, that it was anything was DK, that was Geno's fault. Ultimately, all he wanted was money. He showed that in training camp last year when a hip and a knee injury came out of nowhere for 2 or 3 days, when he saw everybody else getting paid and he didn't get his. He wanted his back, and he's going to get it from the coach down there in Vegas that absolutely loves him.
Yeah, and it could have something to do with the structure, the length of the deal, and those could have been, kind of big-time issues for him as well. Regardless, he reunites with Pete Carroll in Vegas, a deal expected to be in that $40 to $45 million range. The Seahawks save $31 million on the cap. They eat $13 million of dead money. Then you move on to DK, because that saga came to an end yesterday as he is dealt to the Steelers. He will sign a 5-year, $150 million deal there. Trading him will clear just under $11 million in salary cap for the team, but it does force them to take on $21 million in dead cap money this season.
A lot of cap space, more than that I can ever remember. Right near the top of the league. That's with even, I know, some more need to knows of guys you actually signed yesterday as well. So lots of flexibility, 5 picks in the first 92, tens of millions of dollars of cap space. Lots of holes, but man, lots of opportunity.
Yeah, so as the offense was departing, the defense was remaining. The team did re-sign Ernest Jones. They re-signed Jaron Reed both yesterday. Good news. Both guys were a real integral part and instrumental part of what the team was able to accomplish defensively.
All I want you to do is do what you say you're going to do. Be who you say you're going to be.
Sounds familiar. Sounds very, very familiar, which is why I can't imagine this is going to end with Aaron Rodgers here, Sam Darnold maybe. I just have in the back of my mind the thought that this is all going to lead up to Derek Carr at quarterback this coming year for the Seahawks. We'll find out, but that can't be the case. It just can't be right.
Here's the second thing you need to
So
know.
it's a pretty good weekend on the field for the Mariners, but it didn't start great. George Kirby will begin the year on the IL after being shut down with shoulder inflammation on Friday. Had difficulty bouncing back after his first start of the spring, was pushed back a few days, then ultimately shut down. Here's Justin Hollander with details.
This is more like a week-to-week thing than a day-to-day thing. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the big picture of the whole season as opposed to worrying about opening day. George will likely start the season on the IL just with not having pitched a full buildup of spring. We don't think this is anything long-term concerning whatsoever. Again, no concerns with a structural issue. We just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. So we will reassess a week from now and see how the inflammation looks and see how he's feeling, and we'll go from there.
You got that Costanza cut about George not happy? George not happy about this.
No.
George wanted to work through it.
Yeah.
George just thought it was kind of some soreness. George was hitting 98 his first time out.
Like, yeah, George, you can't get rid of inflammation by continuing to throw. What you need to do is just relax for a couple days and see if we can get this thing calmed down. So good news, not his elbow. The bad news, everything else. Emerson Hancock will step into his spot in the rotation. I would assume that this will end any talk of trading Luis Castillo or any other starter, even with the injury issues affecting the Yankees starting rotation as well. Interesting day Saturday. Julio kept hitting. Arozarena went 2 for 3, which was great to see. Mitch Garver had another nice day. Jorge Polanco, Harry Ford. And then this guy all went yard.
The next pitch, swing and a high fly ball. Colt Emerson tags it to right field, and this clears the berm. A no-doubt smash by one of the game's top prospects. Colt Emerson leaves the yard. It's a one-run game.
Well, and it was cool because he did it against one of the game's top prospects. The kid pitching for the Cubs is legit. Number 20 prospect in baseball. He's going to be up soon. He's throwing gas, and Colt Emerson destroyed that
I think
ball.
that was 112 miles an hour off the bat.
He got all of it.
A little bit of a slow start offensively, but he had like that 14 pitch at bats and hits that have followed. Yeah, and that shows some of the ceiling, some of the power that young man has.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Split weekend for the Kraken. They win in Philly with Philip Grubauer in net, then lose yesterday in D.C. They finish Friday, of course, by dealing Brandon Tanev to Winnipeg for a second rounder in the future, and Daniel Sprong to New Jersey for a 7th. NFL busy ahead of the legal tampering period, which is 9 a.m. begins.
Sorry,
Josh
Mike.
Allen signs a monster deal. Huh?
I'm sorry.
What?
Myles Garrett. I'm sorry.
I know, I was bummed out. Myles Garrett is going to sign a new deal to stay in Cleveland. Devontae Adams goes to the Rams, and a whole lot more to come.
And so it begins. In fact, I think at 9 a.m. Pacific time, the legal tampering, and I'm sure in the hours ahead here, we will get even more little news and tidbits, and more. I have that breaking news thing ready, I have that sounder ready to go, because I'm going to figure we're going to get some breaking news.
Oh, that's a very intense version.
That's real loud.
I like it. Real. That's for real news.
That's fine.
That's for real news.
No,
right there.
that's what happens when you get the news that we've had Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
If you're looking for a Brock and Salk daughters update, split weekend for the Pokes, right? Win on Friday, lose in overtime on Saturday.
Had a shot to win in the semis and get to the finals and play on ESPN yesterday and just fell short, unfortunately.
All right. But they're
Cool weekend
likely
against
a
City
number
Hall.
7 seed for the tournament.
Likely a number 7.
I was looking at some bracketology yesterday. So
Baton
number
Rouge,
7.
South Bend.
All right.
Hope, praying for LA, but don't know if that's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just stay in the Spokane side of the bracket so that if they win both games, I can go see them in round 2 or round 3, I guess I should say. And a little quick kudos to the 10U Junior Kraken Navy. We sure were both days this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. 2 wins as they raced away to victory over Tacoma yesterday, Brock, to win the league championship.
Nice.
The Metropolitan Hockey League won by the Junior Kraken Navy.
Who'd they beat from Tacoma?
The Fire Streaks.
The Fire Streaks from T-Town.
Yeah, it was 1-1. Maybe into the second, and then they scored 8 straight to take it 9-1.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was a big game.
When's the parade?
Huh? Parade's coming soon.
Nice.
The more impressive feat, I think, was by the opposing goalie on Saturday, Eliza of the red team, Junior Kraken red team.
Yeah.
I think she stopped 60 shots.
Over at the Kraken Ice Place?
Yes. in a 5-0 loss. She, I think, had 60 saves.
Wow.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Stood on her head.
She sure did. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk
Well, you
Show.
guys tell me the 6:30 callers. The 6:30 callers
They've
are
been good.
some of the brightest and some of the best on their way to work. work at Boeing and Microsoft. Now they're back in the building.
They need news to react to or a game to react to. Like, you can't rely on them every day.
We just get a good mix. We get some East Coast calls, too, because it's later there.
True.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Okay.
True.
All right.
562 saying, didn't Salk say last week he would take a week off if they traded both DK and Geno? Not of actually doing the show, just a week off of thinking. I'm just going to just chill and let everybody else do the work here for a full week. I'll be here in body, just not in spirit. All right, let's open them up. 866-979-3776. You know how this works. How do you feel about what the Seahawks did? How do you feel about the Seahawks weekend and what comes next? Why do you think they traded Geno? Why do you think they traded DK? What do you think the plan is?
Really curious if the polls will match my poll numbers.
Yeah.
Poll numbers, a big poll yesterday, by the way.
I
No
saw
longer
epic.
shadow banned. No longer. Yeah, the numbers were out for the polling yesterday. Really curious if you on the phone and you with your voice will have kind of the same passion that many of you did in the social media channels.
Pretty easy. 866-979-3776. Every Seahawks fan on the planet's got something to say about what they've done the last few days. Let us know what you think. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress. Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line
her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm sure our phone lines, Brock, will be filled with people saying, geez, I'm really sorry I doubted you guys. I'm really sorry that I said, I can't believe you're talking about this and wasting our time and talking about nothing. Thank you for being on top of this miles and years before anybody else was. Right. I'm sure that's what our phone lines will say this morning because that's the way the world works. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. The question essentially is, how do you feel about what the Seahawks did? I will say this. As much as I think every single Seahawks fan should have some feeling on what happened over the weekend, I can understand if your answer is, I don't know yet. I got to see what they do with what they've done before I can decide whether or not it was the right move. I like it because I think it shows a willingness to try to be better and a recognition that where you were at wasn't enough. But what you do next obviously colors some of the thought process of did you like what they did to begin with? If all this is to bring in Aaron Rodgers, right? I can understand somebody saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. It looked like you were trying to rebuild, and then you brought in the guy who's going to completely tank your culture and dominate every word spoken in this building.
Yeah, there's emotion and excitement when you deconstruct. Now, let me see what you construct. I think that there's a lot of emotion. There was a lot of emotion in the social channels all weekend long. And I would say, you know, again, my little Twitter poll, and that's probably one I should have put in there of just like, I don't know yet. Because 57% of over 8,000 votes are psyched and stoked for these moves. Like, yeah, just the realization that, I mean, I'm excited about my team that's saying we're going to go for it. And I'm going to go from good to great. And these guys are good players, and they're veteran players. But if you're going to be a draft and development and about being a young football team, than having a 35-year-old quarterback and paying him and paying a 28-year-old receiver $33 million for the next 4+ years. That just is not a tenable solution.
Would you say 58% or so that said that they were excited about what happened?
Stoked.
What do you attribute that? Like, how would you divide that? Because there's got to be different reasons for people being excited. Some are probably excited for the reasons you just mentioned, right? They want to see change and just activity.
Yep.
Some, I'm going to guess some are, I just like whatever the Seahawks do. So whatever they're doing,
I think there's a big
into
chunk.
it, and I'm their team. They're my team, and let's go.
Yeah, and I think a big chunk is just like Geno's good. Geno's a really good bridge quarterback.
Right.
But
But he wanted to be paid like more than that.
He did, and this fan base knows, like, that's not usually how you win championships.
I wonder how many of those 58% went to the 6 losses that they had at home this past year and said that wasn't a tremendous amount of fun. I don't want to do it again.
That's right, 3-6 at home.
Right? I mean, like, I don't want to watch. I don't want to see them win half as many games at home as they lose.
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand that. I do think that, again, there has been a silent majority, or at least plurality out there, that was just never satisfied. And maybe they're afraid to say it, or maybe they don't have the platform to say it, or maybe it's easier not to say it because you want to root for the guy that is in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
But underneath the surface of that, I think there has been a lot of fan frustration with what they were watching because it just wasn't. We know what elite looks like. We've seen it recently, and we can tell when it's not there. You want to hear some of what the people have to say?
Sure.
Let's hear from you guys. 866-979-3776. We'll start in Brooklyn. See, we told you, Brock. We go East Coast right off the bat. Stefan, good morning.
It's Stefan.
It's Stefan. I wondered if it was Stefan, but the whole Stefan New York thing, I thought it might just be too much. So I went with Stefan. But good morning, Stefan.
Got to tune into your family matters, your inner family matters. I'm the handsome one.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to call in. I am one of the 57% that is freaking stoked about this. It's awesome. It blows my mind to see so many negative opinions on Twitter when you have a new head coach, you got a new offensive coordinator, you're trying to build a culture around these guys, something that, McDonald's already proven himself in this first year. You're willing to build, you're willing to spend around him. I'm excited they're doing that. We're going to have something good happening here in the coming years, and saving, whatever it ends up being, whatever Geno signs for, 53 million plus the 30 on DK. You got a lot going on. You got a ton of your draft capital. Some good stuff's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, lots of opportunities. Thank you, Stefan, for the phone call. So I would say that the majority of your vibe, I don't want to speak for you, but I think it's probably the day to do some of that when these moves get made. I would say a big majority of your opinion, certainly about DK, was just restructuring the infrastructure of your team, the design of your team, and to not have a 4-year, $133 million deal added to the 18, so 5 for $150. Like, that's just not a tenable way to build when you have the limitations that you do on your offensive line. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair. In DK's case, again, not that much to do with the person or the player. Player's got limitations, but obviously a really, really good, if not great player.
And for Geno?
For Geno, it was about, kind of the same thing. Good, not great.
That's right.
It's about just not being good enough at the most important position, and just eventually recognizing that was the case, that you can only spend so much on good. And quite frankly, I'm not even sure it's worth it to spend that much on good.
So we kind of were there and lived there, and you did for a long, long, long time about that, especially the DK, to Stefan's point about Mike Macdonald. Maybe there should have just been a kind of a step back, like, hey, man, Mike Macdonald showed last year, and if I heard it once, Salk, I heard it 10 times from people in the organization, people around the organization, people in that building. Like, this dude's got a little, like, northeast. If he doesn't like it, he's gonna move on from it. And we saw that in season with a couple linebackers that they had signed on free agent deals. On one, like, no, this isn't. Nope, you're gone. We heard stories about that, anecdotes that Brady wrote about, of guys failing conditioning tests and him saying, you're really lucky that you've got some money, or you'd be out of here, or we're drafted, or I would have cut you on the spot right here. Like, maybe some of this is also, to Stefan's point, just stepping back going, new head coach who got a year under his belt and was just like, yeah, I'm not in the business of winning 9 games. I want to be in the business of winning championships and building that caliber of team. And that money spent and given to DK and allocating those resources
100% agree.
was not going to be the direction we were going to go.
Yeah, it is funny. People have a tendency to hear the platitudes and I think get stuck on them, right? Oh, we love this guy, tip of the spear, this, that, and the other. And those are fine. But coaches say stuff like that because he doesn't know whether or not he's going to get rid of the guy or not. But once
and that guy knows how sensitive that other guy was to those things.
But I think trying to read some of the tea leaves and trying to watch and see what the guy's done in other respects, as you just said, can be just as valuable, if not more so, as you try to use logic, not just your ears, to figure out what's going on with a team. 866-979-3776. Let me try Jalen in Lake Stevens. What's up, Jalen? Good morning.
How's it going? Good morning.
What's up?
I like these moves. I agree with what John Snyder's doing. I think we were never a Geno Smith away from a Super Bowl. And, to that point, we're not a Sam Darnold away from a Super Bowl. I don't want Sam Darnold. We know that with Justin Jefferson and those weapons, with that offensive scheme, with Aiden O'Connell, he can get the team, he can win a playoff game. But he can't go over the top. So I don't want anything to do with Sam Darnold. I think the difference between, money-wise, Geno Smith and why we may be entertaining Aaron Rodgers is like 20-something million. Mm-hmm. And so I don't mind entertaining that idea strictly because money reasons.
Yeah, I think I would. I would still mind it. I appreciate the call. I think I'm kind of with you on Darnold. They may go down in that direction. I won't be upset if that's what they do, but I think it'll be a bit of a cop-out, right? I think it's sort of it shows, I don't know, a little bit of backtracking on some of the guts that I think you displayed over the weekend. Aaron Rodgers would just, I don't think it makes any sense. Could you come up with a reason to make it Aaron Rodgers?
Radio Gold. Yeah.
Other than Radio Gold.
Sports Radio Gold.
Other than that.
Pure personality gold, watching you and Maura meet him and talk to him.
Is there any other reason why it would make sense from a Seahawks perspective?
It'd be very difficult for me from a football perspective because he just can't move like he used to move.
Right.
And this is going to be a system that's going to want that.
How does Sam Darnold move?
Pretty good.
Does he?
Yeah. A better athlete than he gets credit for. And you saw that last year against the Seahawks. And he was active in extending plays and getting out of the pocket and boots and wiggles and nakeds and very comfortable throwing on the run. And I'd have a hard time with Aaron.
Has he even done his yearly journey to figure out whether he's going to keep playing?
That's a good question.
I would
say
it's like a
he's
Arctic retreat or an ayahuasca retreat. He usually doesn't know whether he wants to keep playing until he does that.
If you're Aaron and you're looking at a place that, is eccentric and accepts people and very inclusive.
Well, they don't have a team in Portland.
Sanctuary.
There is no Portland football team that I know of, which would put him a whole lot closer to his, darkness retreat.
People are worried about the QB, but I got to tell you, they should just
5 letters here, just for everybody out there. RELAX.
God, he says X in such a filthy way. It's just awful. 866-979-3776. Let's try. Who should we go to? Let's go to Kristen, who's in Everett. What's up, Kristen? Good morning.
Good morning. I actually just think maybe Sam Howell will be our quarterback, but It's always interesting to see who you think might come in.
You want Sam Howell to be the quarterback?
Want? No, well, I wouldn't say want, but I think I'm just sensing something with the Seahawks. I don't know if they're going to go out spending. I feel like we're going to go back to the early days of Pete Carroll and with John Schneider, and we're going to be not even picking in the first round. We're trading back. We're going for these guys that really want to come in and earn their spot.
Well, I appreciate it. They didn't do that really in the early days. That wasn't until they started winning championships that they started doing a lot of that.
Yeah, I would say the Sam Howell would be a little bit of the T-Jack equivalent, right? That, we're going to kind of build the team. We know this guy's limitations. We're going to run it, going to play defense, going to ask him to move around. So.
No, I think the problem you have with that is that Tavares Jackson was the toughest son of a gun on the planet, engendered a tremendous amount of respect from his teammates for the way he played through everything, his leadership ability, all of it.
Sam got sacked 65 times in Washington.
Sam's biggest problem, Brock,
pretty beloved by those
to
guys
you and everybody else, is that he doesn't have much of a presence.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
That
TJ
one,
didn't have an overwhelming presence.
I think he did in the locker room.
Okay.
I think he did. He might not have publicly, but I think he had an enormous presence in the
Kristen,
locker room.
I would be surprised if at the end of this and the OTAs and into training camp, if Sam Howell is the one and they're counting on him to be the guy.
I mean, if that is what they're doing, that is a clear rebuild.
Reset. It's a clear reset. Yes. Yep.
That's like not the worst thing in the world.
Yep.
That wouldn't make me like incredibly unhappy knowing that the next year's quarterback class is pretty good.
Yeah, but it might for Boye and Derek and Leonard and Jaron and Ernest and Spoon and Love.
But if you're building everything else up while you're trying to find the quarterback, it's not like it wouldn't make me mad. I'm not saying it's the best decision, but it wouldn't like make me upset. Let me try. You want to hear the other side of this?
Sure.
Are you sure? It means we have to talk to Nelson.
Okay.
Let's go talk to Nelson and Kent. Good morning, Nelson.
Good morning.
Oh, you
Mike,
poor guy. You must be so upset today.
I mean, look, I'm not going to convince anyone, but I just think it was completely unnecessary. I think you had a team that won 10 games last year, and if you go back and you look at that, you could have won 12, maybe 13. The Giants game, the defense just played horribly. The Vikings game, you're up 24-20 with 4 minutes left, and the defense can't hold it. The Rams game, Geno contributed to that. But I just want to say one thing here. People look at Matt Stafford's career. For the first 10 years, he had 2 playoff appearances and 0 playoff wins. He had numerous seasons where his touchdown interception ratio was like 22-17, very similar to what Geno was last year, and he threw for over 4,000 yards in a lot of those seasons, multiple seasons like that. A lot of people were saying then, Stafford can't win. He's all stats, not the guy. And what happened when he left Detroit? He won a Super Bowl. It goes to show that there's maybe 3 quarterbacks that.
What happened there? Did you cut him off?
Sorry,
Lyle?
that's why I'm trying to pick up other calls. That's my fault.
Lyle.
I know, that's my fault.
Even knowing your history with Nelson?
No, that was actually my fault. That was a mistake.
Wow. He was the only person who's mad about it, too. I was hoping to find some angry people.
Sheesh. Give the other side of their voice, Lyle.
That's unbelievable.
No, that's my fault.
I can't believe you, Lyle. I can't believe you would do such a thing.
So
what about freedom of speech?
So was Geno in line to be Matthew Stafford? Were they an offensive guard and a center? They signed Dahlman and drafted an offensive guard, and Membu's there, and all of a sudden you give him those pieces. Was he poised to be?
I think they were willing to take a risk that was the case at $35 million. But they're not willing to take that bet at the price that he wanted. Like, I'm not saying Nelson's definitively wrong there like he normally is. I'm not saying that.
If Geno were 32, I think it'd be a different conversation.
Yeah, but even at 30, 35 million, be like, look, we're willing to take a chance that you're that guy who didn't, quite have the resources before, and now you're going to figure it out. Like, okay, we can bet a certain amount on that, but we're not going to bet the house. Right? I mean, anybody who's gambled ever knows that there's limits to what you want to bet on certain hands. Like, that's not a good enough hand to bet that much on. We're willing to play it, but we're not going to double down. And I just feel like that was essentially what happens there. Like, yeah, he could be. He could be the guy that within all of the right circumstances come together, he wins. I don't think he will, but it's possible. But not at $45 million, not with the other issues it was going to, have.
And not
cause.
with paying him and then paying DK and just kind of paying the limitations and you have to build up your defense and your O-line and the opportunity they have in front of them now. And I do think the fact that he'll be 35 in the fall is a big deal too. If he were 31, if he were 32 years old, if there were some, 3, 4, 5 years on that horizon for him, I think Nelson, it would have been a different conversation.
All right, let me try Thane in Wenatchee. Good morning, Thane.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You bet.
Yeah, I guess from my standpoint, didn't seem like Geno wanted to be here.
I don't know what's going on with our phones, but yes, he was having issues.
Well, we know
over
what's
there.
happening. Lyle hung up on Nelson.
I don't think he hung up on Thane.
Verizon stuff over there.
Is that the issue?
Maybe a little self-service. How about that point? We got to, Salk, I don't think this is the first time in the history for the next 3 hours. We put together a little, what do we call these things? What do we call it?
A topic tree?
Yeah, a little topic tree. And one of those little tentacles to Geno was also just flat out Pete Carroll. The Geno looked at the situation like, Pete coming back to the league? Pete loves me.
Mm-hmm.
Pete built me. Pete believed in me in ways that John and Mike and anybody else did not.
True.
And if I get the opportunity in any way, shape, or form, to go play for him, or he wants me, or that organization wants me, and Tom Brady, the owner, wants me, and the GM, like they want me to be there, he wants to be wanted. And clearly, Vegas wants Geno Smith. I mean, I don't think we can minimize that aspect of this whole transaction as well.
That's well said. 866-979-3776. Try Ryan in Charlotte. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great.
So I'm ecstatic about the trade. I think at the end of the day, you don't pay good players elite money. That's basically where Geno and DK are. For DK to get $33 million and be the third highest paid receiver, that is not the ideal situation for the Seahawks. So my situation is this. I think he got two options today. If you could have Aaron Rodgers at $10 to $15 million guaranteed with escalators up to 25, and then both situations you're taking Jackson Dart in the draft in the second. I'm taking that over paying Sam Darnold $45 million, 3 years. It's just not an ideal situation.
I don't think either of those are ideal. I got to tell you, man. I appreciate the call, and we'll talk more through, I think, at 8:30, some of the ideas of what the Seahawks could do next.
Mm-hmm.
I get the money side of that, but
A-Rod just wants to come back to Seattle, and he wants to heal the wounds.
Yeah. I don't think
Alex
so.
Rodriguez. That was Alex Rodriguez.
That's a different A-Rod.
That's a different A-Rod.
That's a different one.
This A-Rod wants to come to Seattle. John Schneider, all their Green Bay roots. He wants to be civil. He wants to be normal.
Can you imagine that? It just doesn't. I don't know. If you're trying to reset and build a new culture, why would any coach want to mess around with Aaron Rodgers right now after what they saw last year?
Mm-hmm.
That would be really hard for me to imagine. I suppose nothing is impossible, and
because
obviously,
I think a coach, honestly, to make the case,
you'd have to make.
I think a coach would say, look at what the New York Jets did to every quarterback, including the guy that we rebuilt, and Sam Darnold and the ghosts that he chased, and everything about the dysfunction of that place.
Yeah, I get that.
That would be the case to be made.
I don't think that's enough of a case.
He could be more of what he was in Green Bay for 20 years.
But on top of everything else, do you guys remember this from Aaron Rodgers earlier this year?
No, they always travel well, but not Seattle was never. I mean, it sounded like it was like 60-40 Seattle fans, maybe, or 70-30, but even that would be wild for that stadium. Never in all the years we played there did we ever have any presence that was remotely close to that. So shout out to the Seattle fans for selling their tickets to the Packer fans. And then obviously Packer fans don't need a reason to show up, and they're everywhere. But yeah, that's a good win for the G&G.
Yeah, I just don't see it.
He's just spitting facts.
Not because of stuff like that.
He's just spitting facts.
Oh, I'm just saying, as far as fans not wanting him to
More,
come
he was just
here.
spitting facts right there. I mean, you're 3-6 at home. What?
I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't see Aaron Rodgers coming to Seattle.
Do you know that I would pop popcorn every single morning?
Oh my gosh, I bet you would.
Popcorn, listening to you and Maura, and I'd just be eating it. Enjoying the whole show.
Okay, good. You just be eating it?
Just eating the popcorn.
Oh, the popcorn.
You would be perfectly okay. You think he'd be good for the culture here?
No, I'd have some real questions as well, Maura.
I was just wondering if it's just me and Salk that you think.
I'd have some. I'd have some real questions.
Yeah, you can put me in the boat with the two of you too. Remember when he said, what was it, like week 13 or 14 this year too? He's like, we're gonna have to just find out in the next couple weeks regarding the Jets who's in and who's out regarding this. He was like, yeah, you really have to wonder who's out and who's not focused, Aaron.
Thinking about running for vice president. Are you in or out? I'm dipping my toe in. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Let you know after my darkness retreat.
Yeah, I don't see it, man. I don't see that going down. I'd rather have Russell Wilson back than Aaron Rodgers. All right. I would. In fact, it's not even close. It's not even close. Neither is going to happen. Neither should happen. I'd rather see Russell Wilson back here than Aaron Rodgers, and that's not even a little bit close. All right. It was the newsiest weekend I think we've ever had, Brock, in our 16 years on the air here. What does it all mean? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
My phone is just blowing up here, obviously, with the news of Geno Smith being traded to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
This is more shocking to me, quite honestly, than the news a couple years ago that Russell was getting moved to Denver. They're willing to take a significant swing and risk to try to go from good to great. How do we find and pursue that next guy to make us great and to be a world champion?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Benny's!
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then You spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
There's an old saying, Brock, and I've heard our fearless leader, Kathy, say this on numerous occasions. An organization is perfectly designed to achieve the results it achieves. You've designed your organization to achieve exactly the results you get. That's what you're set up for. And if you want to change the results you're getting, you have to in some way change the structure or the people or something about your organization in order to get different results.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping Geno Smith and DK Metcalf would have been very easy. You can always run it back. You probably would have made the playoffs next year. I don't know that you would have accomplished much more, but you could have made the playoffs last year by bringing those two guys back and having a good draft, etc. But I don't know that you would be maybe a little, but not much closer to being great. And if the goal is to be great, you've got to change the structure or personnel of your organization in order to get there. So this may be a step backwards this year. They may not have as much talent on their roster now as they did on Friday morning when this whole thing started. But ultimately, this should, if you do it right, and there's major risk here, tons and tons of risk, and a lot of this now is on John Schneider and Mike McDonald's plate to try to make this all work the right way. But without this, you were destined to just stay in a straight line. This gives you the opportunity to try to get to the top of the heap.
Yeah, I think you and it was music to our ears last week when we had Mike Mayock on, and we brought Mike on to talk at that point about the draft. And we're going to have Todd McShay on, I believe, tomorrow, right, to kind of talk about the draft. But it obviously morphs into much more than the draft. It morphs into the whole team construction. And how do you go from good to great in any business, in any team, in any league? And do you remember Mike Mayock's word? Intentionality. It's what you're talking about. It's what the boss lady talks about. There's got to be an intention to it. It can't just be, status quo. Yeah, we'll feel good about this. This was Mayock with us last week, former GM who knew what life was like with a really good bridge quarterback. But how do you go from that good to great?
Really good conversation. And let me ask you guys a question, and I'm going to let you both answer. If Washington had Sam Howell at quarterback this year, how far would they have gotten?
Not very.
Wouldn't have been a playoff team.
Okay. So I love their new GM. I think Adam is outstanding. And I love their head coach. Dan is outstanding. And they drafted really well, and they signed about 7 starters in free agency, kind of mid-level starters, right? All of which was done really, really well. But without Jaden Daniels, they don't go to the anywhere near the NFC Championship game. So my point is, and I've had this conversation with a bunch of GMs and coaches and scouts, and it's kind of like if you don't have a franchise quarterback, you're basically just another day closer to getting fired.
Yep. And it could have been a lot of days, by the way. In this case, Mike Macdonald could have done the safe thing, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
He could have done the safe thing and said, John, he could have been just like John Gruden was to Mayock. Like, hey, man, don't move on from this guy unless you know exactly what we're going to have better September 5th. Mike Macdonald could have done that. A lot of young coaches do that. A lot of defensive-minded coaches do that and say, I'm comfortable with this guy. You know, the floor is pretty high with Geno. We're not going to be a 3-win team or 4-win team or 5-win team. We're going to be a 500 team, and, you know, the floor is pretty high, but the ceiling ultimately is not confetti. That's the feeling that I think a John and a Mike Macdonald ultimately get to. The ceiling, I'm sorry, Nelson, and to some of you that feel that way, they felt internally that the ceiling to run it back with Geno and DK and this crew was not going to be confetti at the end of the day.
So I agree, and that's how I know that's how you and I feel. Certainly how I feel. You've described me perfectly. Is that what they felt? I mean, they did offer money, and according to various reports, that was money in the 30s or maybe even into the 40s for Geno Smith. They offered DK a contract, not quite at the $30 million level.
From what I understand, by the way, at some point, and I don't know when this was, we're talking a lot of money that was offered to DK. I don't know if that was in this cycle or during the season or before last season, but there was significant money.
They did make efforts. It would be easier for me to be all in on what you just said, because it's what I think, if the Seahawks had acted that way all along and just said, yeah, we're not going to sign Geno Smith. And then you could have traded. I mean, I wonder if you had done that all along and made it your point of, hey, we think these guys are good, not great. We want to be great. We're going to trade them. I wonder if you could have gotten more for them. I mean, as it stands, you got, a third-round pick and a second-round pick that I saw Hawk Blogger going through it this morning with the exchange of 6th and 7th in terms of value. It ends up working out to a late second-round pick. So almost
for
a
DK?
third. Yeah, so almost a third-rounder. So, could you have done better than a late second and a third for DK and Geno if you had been a little bit more proactive as opposed to reactive?
For Geno, I don't think so. Just age and stage and career and water under the bridge and all of that.
Then I guess I would come back and say, how could anybody be upset that you just traded away a quarterback that the league valued at a third-round pick level? I couldn't possibly be upset about that.
They might have also had no leverage. If they knew he wanted out, and
but that was my point. That's why I said if you had done it before all of that, if you had been proactive about trading Geno, could you have gotten more? Maybe, but I don't know how much more.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe you could have been a higher pick, maybe a second round instead of a third rounder, but you weren't getting first round picks for Geno Smith for somebody else to then turn around and pay him $40 million a year.
That's right.
I just don't buy it. But it is a little odd to me that they went so far down the road of trying to make these things happen before finally pivoting. And I would love to know what the moment was that led them to pivot.
Yeah, I think what was it, a moment, or was it just cumulative conversations with everybody, from ownership to the front office to the staff to the scouts to formulating this offseason plan, looking at this draft board, all of the man hours that go into, okay, yeah, this is going to be now best practice for us, right? To have 5 picks in the first 92, that's going to be best practice for us because we're going to get a starter there. We're going to get a starter there. We can find a starter there, right? We can really address our offensive line. We can further add to a defensive line. We can find a corner. We can add. There's receivers in this draft that we like in the second and third round. The really explosive kid out of Iowa State, Noel, or there's a bunch of different flavors, right, in that second round that we really feel like we can move on from Lockett and move on from DK because the more we dig into this, the more we are really projecting some positive players and difference makers.
So it's a huge day here on Seattle Sports, talking about this all throughout the morning, all throughout the entire day. I said we've got 5 questions to try to answer, and we will start doing that in about 20 minutes. 1, why was Geno traded? 2, why was DK traded? 3, why now? Why the timing? What are they doing right now that has led to all of this? Obviously, some of that is where their contract status were at, but I think there's more to it than that. 4, what's the plan? Is this about tanking? Is it about competing? Is it a reset, a rebuild, a change in direction? What's the plan moving forward? And then finally, what do you do in order to execute that plan? What's next as free agency starts basically in 2 hours? And you've got 5 picks, as Brock just mentioned, in the top 3 rounds. But you need a quarterback and you need a receiver, and you got to figure out what directions you're going to go in all of that. So those are the 5 questions I think we can try to start answering. We're not going to answer all of it today. These are going to be weeks of conversation, maybe more than that. But this is a seminal watershed moment in the history of the Seattle Seahawks. This is, this weekend, one of those times you'll look back on later and either say, wow, they blew it. They did all of this and it didn't lead to anything. Or, and that will probably lead to the end of both John Schneider and Mike McDonald in Seattle eventually. Or you'll look at it and say, that was the moment that they decided to build a championship team instead of a good one. And look at moves X, Y, and Z that they made because of it. And that's how the Seahawks ended up back on top. Kudos to them. John's a genius. Mike's a genius. And they're both going to be enshrined in the Seahawks Hall of Fame forever in the Ring of Honor. So we'll see. Going to be a huge day. We'll start answering those questions in 20 after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I so love talking about First Mark Insurance, especially around all the business that we find ourselves in sport and the decisions that our teams and our market have got to make and make the best choice and find the best value. And that is why you've got to do the same in your own life. Go take the First Mark Insurance Challenge like Molly and I did a few years ago. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories that save people money. We decided, why don't we do this? By the way, it's totally free. They're an unbelievable teammate, is First Mark, and they help you in so many different ways. Here's how. Number one, they will fully analyze your current insurance coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. And I know many of you have watched your premiums explode, and you don't even know what you have covered. And then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. No stress, no confusion for you. They're your teammate. First Mark is, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, my parents, my friends, successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark, your teammate that goes to work for you.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Star Rentals reminds parents to talk with your teenage drivers about the dangers of distracted driving and texting behind the wheel. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver, use a ride share, or call a parent for a safe ride home. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors, online at starrentals.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
About as crazy a weekend as you're ever going to have in terms of sports news in one city. Seahawks just revamping the entirety of their future, Brock, as they trade 2 of their biggest stars, maybe their 2 biggest stars. Geno Smith off to Vegas for a 3rd rounder. DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh in exchange for a 2nd rounder and a swap of late round picks. It should now give the team 5 picks in the first 100, the first 3 rounds in April, which is great. So let's kind of run through it. We'll start with Geno Smith. There is a little discrepancy, at least, in the way we all ended up here. The 2 sides did seem to be far apart. The Seahawks offering a deal in the 30s, Geno wanting one in the 40s, but Bob Condotta also reporting that the Hawks did make an offer in that 40s range that Geno turned down, didn't even make a counteroffer, and I think the assumption is it's because he just wants to go to Pete Carroll in Vegas. It's all a little, there's a lot. I played you some Mike Garafolo earlier. Here is some Tom Pelissero.
My understanding has been the Seahawks were in talks with Geno Smith about a new contract. They stood willing to give him a raise in 2025, give him a new deal, but they were not able to come to an agreement. So what do you know? His old coach, Pete Carroll, who gave him the starting opportunity in Seattle, revived Geno Smith's career. Now those 2 reunite once again in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and you just do wonder, Salk. And you said earlier, it's not just what your ears hear, it's what your logic also as you walk through it. But curiosity is a big part of it. And I'm just, deeply curious of, the Seahawks didn't want to play all their cards, right? They didn't want Pete in Vegas to know that these 2 sides weren't close and they weren't trying to make a deal. Ultimately, that was going to be the end game. Like, we just don't want to pay him $45-50 million, and we're just not going to make him happy.
Yeah.
And ultimately, they were not going to make him happy, and Geno wasn't going to be happy here. And now, hopefully, Geno can be happy down in Vegas, and for Pete, right? You elevate the floor immediately. You change the culture there immediately. For Vegas, I think that's a win. And for Seattle now, there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
A lot of opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of different directions to go. That's for sure.
A lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I think G's going to come in here later, and he'll pop into the studio or in our control room during breaks and start talking about, love who loves you back, want who wants you, pay who wants to be here. And I think that absolutely played a role in all of this. And certainly with DK Metcalf as well, that comes to an end with the deal to send him to the Steelers. He does sign a 5-year, $150 million deal, so he'll be there for quite some time. It does clear up some salary cap space, as does the Geno deal, though you got to take dead cap hits in both cases. The offense, though, departing, the defense staying. Ernest Jones resigns. Jaron Reed resigns. So, yeah, some good news. You can tell where they're interested in continuing to move forward.
Put your money where your mouth is. And they talk about being a defense. They talk about this front seven. They talk about the line of scrimmage. And they just got it done with two guys, by the way, that wanted to be here. The love of being part of this culture and where that thing is going defensively.
Yeah, I think Jaron Reed never wants to leave here again. So what do you do next, especially a quarterback? Ian Rappaport says.
I'm really curious about the fallout from that Geno Smith trade that we had Friday night or whatever it was. Seems like a million years ago, because what that did was open up a spot for potentially Sam Darnold with the Seattle Seahawks. And I think it's pretty clear to say he is at least the front runner there to be the next Seahawks quarterback. Just reading the tea leaves here, we'll see which way it goes, but that's what it seems to me.
Front runner,
West Coast guy, son of a plumber. He's a very hardworking blue collar. He's got grit in his background.
See that? I mean, I guess I'd have to see the money. It does feel like that would just be kind of continuing on the same train.
He's 27.
That is a big difference.
A big difference.
Big difference.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Pretty good weekend on the field for the Mariners. They hit the heck out of the ball on Saturday, lost, but Colt Emerson had a home run. It was nice to see Jorge Polanco turn on one and send it out to right field. Yesterday, they scored, 9 runs? J.P. Crawford was a big part of that.
Here's the stretch and the 1-1 on the way to J.P. Swinging a well-hit ball. Deep to right field. Beck going back, looking up, and goodbye, baseball. J.P. Crawford with a home run. Just straightaway right field, and he's tied the game. It's the Mariners 1 and the Rockies 1.
That was all the good news. The bad news, unfortunately, on the pitching side of things, George Kirby shut down, Brock, and likely will not start the season healthy. Instead, he'll be on the IL. Justin Hollander with more.
This is more like a week-to-week thing than a day-to-day thing. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the big picture of the whole season as opposed to worrying about opening day. George will likely start the season on the IL just with not having pitched a full buildup of spring. We don't think this is anything long-term concerning whatsoever. Again, no concerns with a structural issue. We just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. So we will reassess a week from now and see how the inflammation looks and see how he's feeling, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, don't tell Furious George any of that. He was furious. He wanted to work through the inflammation, did not want to go and miss any of his turns, does not want any of this. And, yeah, let's hope this is just some inflammation, being a little wired. I mean, he did throw 98 in his first spring training.
He just couldn't help himself.
So, yeah, I mean, a year ago, it was Brian Wu, right? It was a similar situation with Wu about this point in spring training, or maybe even a little bit later, where kind of the elbow thing flared up again. I don't know about you. I feel better about shoulder inflammation than I do anything around a forearm.
Oh, 100%. That's the good news yesterday, is that this is not the precursor to Tommy John, but you got to do the right thing.
By the way, that was Friday. I believe that was Friday. That news came out.
What did I say?
Yesterday. There's been a lot of news, so I don't.
Dude, don't. You know what?
Okay, next.
I don't think I said yesterday.
You said yesterday.
I did not.
You said yesterday.
That's not something I would say.
Yesterday.
No way.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I know that on Friday was the NHL trade deadline. The Seahawks, or excuse me, see, you just. God. I blame you for all of this, Brock.
Sorry.
Kraken made 2 more trades on Friday. Brandon Tanev goes to Winnipeg for a 2nd rounder. Daniel Sprong goes to New Jersey for a 7th rounder. He wasn't even up with the big club. They split their games over the weekend. They beat Philly on Saturday. They
played
lose.
Good. I watched some of that on national TV.
Played pretty well to start the game yesterday as well, but couldn't convert. They lose 4-2 in D.C. And then the NFL has been busy already ahead of legal tampering starting in about an hour and a half. Josh Allen with his monster deal stays in Buffalo. Devontae Adams goes to the Rams. And yes, Myles Garrett inks a new deal, Brock, to stay in Cleveland.
Oh, my beloved Puyallup Vikings looking for their first state basketball title since 1971.
Yeah.
The buzzer had a shot.
Oh, no.
At the buzzer. It was a long shot, fadeaway three to win it, and just missed that. And Gonzaga Prep did what they couldn't do in 87 to Mike Ewer's Vikings. Yeah, couldn't beat us in 87 in football, but
they got it done.
Unfortunately got it done Saturday.
All right, that's everything you need to know, and maybe even some extra here on Seattle Sports. Brock and I do that every hour, quarter past the hour. And, make sure you guys know everything you need to know. We've got to try to figure stuff out. There's stuff you know, and then there's stuff you think. 2 questions, and they're probably the 2 biggest questions I think of this weekend. Number 1, why was Geno traded? Number 2, why was DK traded? Some of the reasons are the same, but I don't think that tells the whole story, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Geno has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a 3rd-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft, on his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
you're shocked.
I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Oh, man. Well, the longer days, some of the sunny breaks we've had in the weather, they got me thinking about summer, right? Getting out in the golf course like I did on Friday, maybe a little vacay, or just enjoying all that the Northwest has to offer. We'll make this summer one to remember. Look and feel your absolute best. And if you start now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day. It's Mike Salk here. 45 days. That's all it takes. Lose almost a pound every day. I lost 35 with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, 10 in the first week. And I'll let you in a little secret. It's not even that hard. You don't have a crazy diet. You don't have nutsy cardio, exercise, no pills, no injections, no scary side effects or anything like that. Instead, you just eat healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself, buy at the grocery store, and you just watch the pounds fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it's going to take. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You've got nothing to lose other than all that extra weight that's hanging on you. eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
On them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Anderson windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We got 5 questions to try to answer today, the first 2 of which Brock will address here over the next 15 minutes. And I think they are the most interesting and maybe the most important. Why was Geno traded? Why was DK Metcalf traded? Both things occurred over the course of the last few days. Geno first on Friday, DK yesterday, a few days after asking for a trade himself. Why? I mean, look, the easy answer, and we'll start with Geno and then we'll move on to DK in a few minutes. And there's a lot of similarities, some differences. The easy answer for Geno is money. Why was Geno traded? Money. They were far apart, and they had been far apart for a while, and that had gone back and forth. Maybe there were hurt feelings that were associated with it. Fine. The easy answer is money. And if that was it, we could just end the show right now and turn it over to Bump and Stacy and have dead air for the next 2.5 hours. But it's not that easy. Because why? There's a reason why they were unwilling to pay him the amount of money that he wanted. So you can't just say it's money, because that doesn't tell the whole story.
But that's a big part of it, because they've been down this road multitude of times. This is a player you've got a lot of relationship with. This is an agent that John was very friendly with. I think ultimately this was a player that was just tired of like, okay, I've produced for you. I've been comeback player of the year. I've won these games. I've elevated. I've handled one of the worst offensive lines. Just show me respect. And we saw this. And the harbinger of this was last August.
Right.
When during training camp, he took a hiatus and was like, I'm so mad. I'm so furious. Go see what life with someone else is like with Sam. And my knee and hip are somehow now barking, and I got to get away because I am mad. And, instead of maybe even in season or after the season ended, if the team would have come to him and said, "You're our guy. Here's $50 million. We believe in you. You're going to win a Super Bowl." They didn't do that.
Well, I
because
agree.
they don't believe that.
I mean, yes, all of those things are true, Brock, but why is it? Why do they never believe in him?
Because he's a really good quarterback, as Kurt Warner said. He is a bridge quarterback, as Mike Mayock said. He is a guy that elevates the floor of your program through his competitive grit and toughness and hard-headedness and stubbornness and will and all of it, all of those things. But at 35 years of age next fall, he's not a $50 million Super Bowl winning quarterback in their mind. And that chasm and that gap was real. Probably somewhere between Brady's number of 32 to 35 and what Geno wants, 50 to 55, right? And who knows how stubborn he'll be in Vegas. Good luck, Pete. And good luck, Spy Tech.
Well, Pete knows what he's dealing with.
Well, we'll see financially what he knows. Like, you know, Pete was good cop in a lot of these ways and loved his guys. He didn't have to deal with the nitty-gritty business dollars of it. So we'll see what Mr. Brady and Mr. Spytek and what and when that deal gets formulated.
I think all of that
there.
is right, but I think it still goes to, okay, what is it about Geno that keeps him from being elite? And I think we've had a lot of these conversations over the years. Some of it is the interceptions, right? I mean, it just seems to be...
the stubbornness in decision-making.
It just seems to follow him. But he's obviously got some really good qualities. He's accurate. He's got a strong arm. He's decently mobile, although he's not necessarily a speedster, and that's not a huge part of his game. There are some really good... He did a great job last year of surviving a really problematic offensive line. He's been good in the clutch. Like, there's some really, really positive parts to his game.
And physically freaking tough as it gets.
But I also think that you started to hit on a few of those things. Brock, I don't think you're making enough, or anybody is, of this story that Geno essentially quit on his team in order to prove a point last year in preseason. Why aren't you playing right now? The assumption is, and this, is there a report on this, or is this just a belief that has circled throughout Seahawks follower media?
No,
etc.?
I think if you surveyed the 10 reporters that follow the team, from Bob to Greg to Brady to all of them, they'd say the same thing after the fact. Like, yeah, after the fact.
He wasn't hurt, or maybe he was a little hurt.
He was a little hurt.
But there was no reason for him not to play. He
That's
wanted
right.
to make a point last year in training camp. Hey, go look at life with Sam Howell and then decide why you don't want to pay me.
Yeah.
And I know there's some speculation that the same thing happened here in the middle of the season when he missed that start, and Sam started the one game this year of, well, go take a look at what things look like, see what life is like with Sam Howell, and then, come back to me at the end of the year and pay me. I'm sorry, that's a terrible leader. You cannot have your quarterback do that. That's a non-starter. That to me, once that happened, if I'm John Schneider, I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm not going to pay you a dime. You can't do that. Especially, Brock, when it gets mixed in with a lot of the other stories and issues and things that we've heard over the years, whether it's, off the field stuff like the DUI that came with a "do you know who I am," whether it's the relationship with DK Metcalf that was frosty at best throughout the years. And we've heard stories of, altercations and things that would take place during practice that went beyond the norm of a wide receiver and quarterback just sort of arguing with each other. We've heard stories in the last few days of other players who are getting ready to ask for a trade if Geno was going to be back. And this is not stuff I'm coming up with after the fact. I know there's like a fun little group of people out there, and I maybe emphasize little, who like to say, oh, well, after the fact, this stuff comes out, and that's just people poo-pooing on the way out. That does happen sometimes. I grant you that. But not this time. These are all things that we've been talking about, and certainly I've been talking about for a year. Geno Smith would not have been my choice moving forward for all of these reasons. He's good. He's not great. He's not a great leader. And there is a issue with just normalcy. I don't know who brings it. Aaron Rodgers sure doesn't. But those are all things that have been talked about behind the scenes and sometimes in public for a while now that I think paint the bigger picture of why Geno Smith is no longer the quarterback here.
It's conflicting, Salk, and this is why I think it was conflicting in that building as well. It's conflicting because, yes, many of those things, if not all those things, are pretty true and verifiable. On the other side of that, football people say the dude is freaking tough as nails.
He is.
And he is so competitive.
But how great is being tough at nails if you decide to take a game off?
How big
cool,
was
you're
he?
tough as nails, but when the team is playing, what if they'd won that game that they lost?
I thought that one he was a little beat up.
I remember hearing a lot of the same things. Of like, I don't know.
I don't know if I put those two in the same bucket. I put August in a little different bucket than that, and I put his years of enduring some stuff and playing through some stuff and playing in big moments and being clutch. So he's a conflicting figure, and that's why this was conflicting, and why I'm sure there were people even in the organization that were like, no, I think we can, if we just add a piece here or there and give him a little bit of help up front. But ultimately, kind of push comes to shove. I'm sorry, man, if you are a draft and develop organization, and that's what they are as well, and you want to be young, somebody who's going to turn 35 this fall in the numbers, and you can just look at Aaron Rodgers, you can look at Russell Wilson, you can look at a lot of these guys, Salk, this feeling that, oh, you could play in your 40s. Let's slow down that roll a little bit, okay? Especially the more they play and the more starts under the belt and the more pounding and the more beating that they do take. Let's be very careful to think that his best years are going to be 35 through 37.
Really hard to imagine that was going to be true. Yep. That's just not the way the body generally works. And so all of these, again, these are all things I've been saying for a year.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Maybe I haven't made all of it public in terms of, the details of it, but these are things I've known about and talked about the results. Guys, we can't say everything we know. Said this many, 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 many times. Can't just say on the radio everything we know. But that doesn't mean we don't know it. And that doesn't mean that we're not told about a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And everything I've heard about Geno over the last few years told me that he was not the great leader, not a bad player. And by the way, not a locker room cancer. I'm not saying that. But, Brock, how many times have you said your quarterback needs to be the man who engenders all of the trust, all of the leadership, all of the relationships in that building? Geno wasn't that guy. He's good. He's not great. And if you want to pay him good money, you can do that. But you can't pay great for good and try to think that's going to make you a contender.
And if we're going to be honest as well, 12s, there's still more Russell Wilson jerseys than Geno Smith jerseys. I mean, if we're going to be kind of honest about it.
I mean, yes, but some of that is just the amount of time Russ was here. But your point is a good one.
I'm sorry. Do you go into that stadium and see thousands of Geno Smith jerseys?
That is,
see Lockett
exactly.
And DK and come on.
There's no doubt that Geno did not have that the fan base as a whole did not have that feeling that Geno Smith was the guy.
They respected him. They didn't love him.
Well, and they took their cue from the team. The team didn't love him. They never gave him a contract. And if you're a fan looking to spend, how much does a jersey cost these days with a name on it? $250 more? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a lot of money.
Yep.
If you're going to take that kind of investment on a jersey, you better be darn sure that the player's going to be there longer than another few months, or else you're throwing your money down the drain. With Russ, you knew he was going to be.
Secondly, a fascinating tentacle to all of this. And, I think why G's tweet's a pretty good one about, love who loves you. Pete Carroll loves Geno Smith. Loves him. And I really do wonder, and I saw this floating around quite a bit, had Pete Carroll not been hired by the Las Vegas Raiders, would we be here? Would we be sitting on this Monday morning with the kind of news that it's just, pretty...
Great question.
Right? Pretty big news. Was that part of the conversation to Tom Brady and to Mr. Davis down in Vegas? Like, listen, I know where this is going. You want to change the culture? You want to turn this around? You want to compete with Mahomes and these guys in the divisions? Not a great draft for quarterbacks and, and free agency and everything. Like, I love this guy. I got the most out of this guy. This guy loves me. We can find a way to do a deal, right? There's friction up there, and he's upset. He's never gotten paid. He's not beloved up there the way that but I love this guy, and he loves me. You hire me, and we're gonna get Geno Smith in Vegas. Is that outside the realm of possibility? I don't think so.
No, although, I guess I would like to think it would have happened anyway. I would like to think that the Seahawks were doing this because you can't pay you can't pay great money, elite money for good. You just can't. There's only certain amount.
But was there other homes for Geno? Was there going to be other teams that were going to trade for Geno? Was there other people in the league? Maybe Dave Canales out there in Carolina, but it feels like they've got their young quarterback and the way Bryce played.
I don't know what the market
in the
would
second
have been.
half of the season.
That's absolutely true. I don't know what the market would have been, but if the issue is again, this is what comes back to Moore's question of like, was this a Seahawks choice or Geno's?
Mm-hmm.
If it was Geno's choice, then I put a lot of stock into what you just said. Geno might have made that choice because of Pete being in the league. If it was the Seahawks choice, they could have just cut him. I mean, ultimately, they got a third-round pick, but you could have just cut him if you really
Or you could have just
didn't
played
want to
out
deal with it.
this upcoming season, $30 million, and just kind of dealt with it. And if he wants to, bury himself and hold out and do all these things, then great. Good luck at 36 going into a market. So I think the Seahawks had more leverage and more play in that. And could have played hardball with them if they really wanted to.
You know what's funny, man? I just found myself thinking about your jersey thing. Yes. It's a really good question.
And
I love the question.
By the way, you know where that came about? This is why that came about.
Oh.
Because in the mail yesterday, from the Seattle Seahawks, from my beloved
Look at
buddy,
that. I hope
Eric
you guys are
Kennedy,
watching on video.
Came this jersey, which Titus said, good Lord, how big were the jerseys back in the 90s?
That is a white number 5 Hewer jersey.
Yeah, that is a rookie jersey. Got moth marks on it. Got little mice nibbles. He said he found it in a box.
Mice
deep
nibbles?
And mice were nibbling on this deep in some box buried in the basement. But that's why
you have to let it off gas for a while when you first took it out. I hope you guys are watching either at seattlesports.com or on the stream or wherever. You can see Brock holding up his jersey. You know what's crazy?
That's a game-worn
Geno
jersey.
Smith was the starting quarterback for how long? 3.5 years?
Sideline-worn jersey.
3+ years?
3 years.
Brock, I swear to you, I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I'm going to do it, even though I know.
You don't even know what number he wears.
I don't know what number he wears. Is he number 5?
Stop. You know what he wears.
I swear to you, I know it's a single-digit number. But if you were to say to me right now, Mike, bet your salary on Geno Smith's number. I think it's 5, but it might be 7.
Stop.
Really?
Hard
You're the number guy.
I know.
What's DK?
14.
Okay.
I think I know most of the numbers, but I'm telling you,
What was Ernest Jones?
Huh?
Ernest.
Dude, stop. 51? No, that's not right.
He was 13.
13. Yeah. He was one of those teen numbers.
By the way, George Pickens has number 14 in Pittsburgh already, so he.
That'll be great. Those two are going to get along just swimmingly.
What number is Geno?
7.
I never saw one of his jerseys other than on his body, so it doesn't get put into your into the
it really
deep
is
recesses
interesting.
of the mind.
It really is interesting. I am curious. Did you? I mean, for those of you that attended a lot of Seattle, were there a lot of 7 jerseys? I mean, there are a lot of Kitten number 7 still floating around. I've seen those.
T-Jack number 7s?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? First of all, number 7's a jersey for a lefty. I don't even know what you're doing wearing number 7 as a righty quarterback. That's a lefty
Let's not
number.
go down this rabbit hole. There's too much.
Yeah, we got Blue
really
88.
is
Let's
a
get to
lefty's
Blue
number.
88.
All right,
Here we go.
The DK
Blue 88.
question we'll ask it coming up in 15 minutes at 8 o'clock. Why is DK traded? We'll get to that in 15. Right now, it's time for Blue 88.
Good job.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Hewer breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, if you need a franchise quarterback, is there one available in this draft? And, oh, by the way, the Seahawks now need a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, we asked Mike Mayock that. I don't think there is. If you're doing this, right, and you're making this move to go from a bridge quarterback, which Geno is absolutely a terrific bridge builder and has gotten you to winning seasons and even to a playoff game in his 3 years as starter, as Mike Mayock said, you do that and you move on from that because you want to find your next franchise guy. I'm hard-pressed to believe in this draft. I am more confident in my conviction and belief about these pre-draft grades and really evaluating it in totality of the last 5 years of quarterbacks.
Are you then
honestly,
surprised, Brock, that they didn't take for, if the idea is a pick this year is worth 1 round better next year, are you surprised they didn't try to trade these guys for next year's picks, a second rounder next year, a first rounder next year?
No, because I think 5 picks in these first 92 in a meat and potatoes starting offensive lineman, starting defensive tackle, edge rusher. There's good players at your line of scrimmage in this draft. If this was last year's or maybe the year before draft when it comes to the line of scrimmage, then yeah, maybe you really do try to pursue that. But I think there's some difference makers on the line of scrimmage in this draft with great depth all the way to 92, and you've got 5 of those picks. I may be wrong on this. It's a flip of the coin when you project these guys. Someone asked me about Cam Moore. Do you go up and you trade? Tennessee's floating that around at 3. I don't see it. I think his release is low. I think his accuracy is average. I think the body is going to get bigger. Shedeur Sanders, I think, has real physical limitations. And then you get to the darts and the shucks and the guys that I think they do like in that building. And I don't know if I project them as a franchise kind of guy. So in this draft, this is not the previous 4 drafts when it comes to quarterbacks, where I think, there was a CJ Stroud, or I really liked a Bryce Young, and some guys that you can point to and say, yeah, I'd take a shot on those. I don't see it in this upcoming draft.
All right, question number 2. All right, well, we'll talk a lot about what the plan is at quarterback.
Yeah.
What's the plan now at wide receiver?
Yeah, I think one of those 5 picks in the first 92 has to be a wide receiver now. I think you sign Ernest, and I'll get to him in a second. You sign Jaron. I really hope news breaks today, Salk, at some point, that Drew Dahlman is going to be a Seahawk, or Will Fries is going to be a Seahawk, one of the top guards, one of the top centers, so that you just don't, so that board, as John likes to say, can speak to you, and you just take care of those areas that you just don't have to reach whatsoever. You don't have to.
Isn't this a lousy wide receiver draft?
At the top. I mean, there's no Jefferson, there's no Neighbors, there's no, top end Roma Dunze.
But in theory, you don't need that because that's your Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Second or third round? Ooh, there's some really fun flavors of guys. I mentioned the guy from Iowa State last week, Noel, that I absolutely love. That's a Doug Baldwin, Tyler Lockett kind of, and even more explosive and even quicker and stronger than both those guys were coming out of college. So, no, I think one of the top 92 now has to be a wide receiver. And, then we'll see what free agency looks like. The guy that I am a little borderline intrigued, and we'll see what the market is with the Darius Slayton. I think there are some guys that have just been there and done it a little bit with experience that you've also got to sign. So somewhere in the first 5 picks and somewhere in free agency, you're going to have to now fill a pretty big void at wide receiver.
All right, question number 3. You mentioned Ernest Jones. What did you learn about his deal? It's great to see. By the way, I'm really glad that happened. He was a big part of what they did last year.
Yes, he was. And he wanted to be here badly. I said that to you last week. This guy that's been in the building.
Traded 3 times in 2 years.
That's right. Did not want to do that again. It was to his family and his young family. Found a home here, found a system that's a great fit, found a voice. Like, now just kind of pay me. And I think the Seahawks were pretty wise and pretty keen to shut down with him those conversations in season. Went to the combine, saw what the market was, and the market was not what you've seen a few other linebackers get paid of 15, 16, 18 million. Kind of slow played this thing. He ends up having surgery, and you sign a 3-year 33. So on average, that's 11 mil. As I did a little homework on that, that's not 11 mil. That's 15 guaranteed. I think it's a whole lot closer to like a 2-year, $16, $17 million deal. And the 3rd year, we'll see if you even get to that point. So he gets his money. He gets $15 million guaranteed. Great for him. Life-changing money for him as a mid-round pick. And you get, to me, a tremendous value on your books, certainly compared to a linebacker market that went a little crazy yesterday, a whole lot higher than it did a season ago.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. We do that every morning at 7:45. There are some other deals getting done this morning. Free agency doesn't really kick off for about an hour and 10 minutes. But Khalil Mack did reach an agreement on a big 1-year deal to stay with the Chargers.
Okay.
So that will happen. I saw J.C. Horn is going to stay with the Panthers.
He got a huge extension.
Huge deal. He's going to be the highest paid
these first
defensive back in the
deals
league.
are players with their
Yes.
These first kind of groupings until an hour from now.
Yep.
These are guys like Myles Garrett, like Khalil Mack, like Jaron Reed, and like were with the previous team, so you could be negotiating with. In an hour, we start to open up the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No linemen, though? We haven't seen a line. We haven't seen a Will Fries or
Nope, neither Fries nor Dahlman have
stayed
stayed put. And I don't think they're going to at this point. It seems like those are both guys that are going to hit the market.
Yeah. Here's a question for you, Brock, because we were talking about receivers in Blue 88. Would the Seahawks take any look at Cooper Kupp? I don't know what his price tag's going to be, but would they look?
Could. He'd be a great fit in this scheme, too. right? Just all the elements that you use as a blocker, all the elements you use in play action.
Short term, right? You don't have to give him a long-term deal. It's more of a bridge.
Yep. Now, he, too, kind of like that Lockett bucket, Father Time jumped on his back.
I like that more, though, man. I got to tell you, I like that more than using an early pick. Or maybe if it's a fourth rounder, fine, we start having that conversation. But I would really not want the Seahawks to use, I mean, you've got, what, 5 picks in the first 2 days?
Oh, I do. I want them to find their next Lockett or DK Metcalf.
But I don't want it to be at 18.
No, I don't want it at 18.
I don't really want it to be their first, second round pick. Like, maybe in the third round?
That's kind of what I'd want to see. Take one in the third round, but then also go sign a veteran like Kupp, who
that sounds
healthy,
about
could
right.
still play.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
But I want to use those first few picks up front, man, especially on defense. I want this defense to be so freaking good that nobody wants to mess with it ever. I want to see Mike McDonald's defensive genius so on display with such a grouping of rushers and run stuffers and like all of it, that nobody wants to mess with this team ever. And then you'll find your wide receiver. That's what I would like to see. Man, and this is the draft for that. That's the other thing. I just don't want to see them going crazy, reaching for wide receivers because you feel you have a need. And if they take one at number 18, I'm going to be pissed. Like, I'm going to really not like it.
If they take the tight end out of Penn State at 18.
Oh, that'd be great. I can understand. That's because that fits what you're trying to do. I got no problems with that. Okay. I don't think he'll be there, but I would love the idea.
Even if Teteroa McMillan falls all the way to 18?
I don't care, man. I don't want to see a wide receiver at 18. I think that you've wasted all the good work you've done. You might as well sign Aaron Rodgers to play quarterback if you're going to do that. Like, that to me would be out of the frying pan into the fire, robbing Peter to pay Paul, whatever platitude you like. That's the one, man. Just stick it right in there.
I'm with you. I just was curious the extreme.
Yeah, no, that's my extreme. Also, I've never heard of the person you just mentioned, so I have no idea whether or not that's a good thing or not. Coming up next, we know now, or at least we've discussed, why Geno was dealt on Friday. Why was DK Metcalf traded yesterday? Some of the reasons are the same, but not all of them. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio around to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mariners opening day is on deck. Don't miss the festivities at T-Mobile Park on March 27th, including a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues all week with Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and a Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd. Lock in your seats today at Mariners.com. Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Today is one of those days where we are sort of in investigatory mode, trying to figure out why and how this has all gone down. You guys know the what by now, and if not, it'll be a need to know at 1/4 every hour. But the why is where this, I think, is obviously most interesting. And then you get into eventually the what's next, which we'll do over the course of the morning. And obviously, we got plenty of time this week and beyond to talk through it. We spent a good 15 minutes on why Geno Smith was traded, Brock. Why was DK Metcalf traded? So, again, money is still going to be right at the forefront of this conversation.
Even more so than Geno. This was money. Like, I think that one is 1 and 1A and 1B, and then kind of the gulf between reasons 2, 3, 4, and 5 are pretty great. This comes down to the Seahawks internally believe, and I think I'm right there with them, that DK's absolute best days they got over the last 6 years. By the way, the final draft pick from the 2019 class. So no Seahawks from the 2019 crew. So they got the 6 best years out of DK, and there is no way and in no worlds were they going to do a 4-year, $133 million extension that the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have been in desperate need for a number 1 receiver, were willing to do. So I think this is one, like, to me, this is money with a bullet. Unlike unlike Geno, you know what number DK wears. Unlike Geno, DK is a star.
Yep.
Unlike Geno, like just the freaking toughness and actually that's where they were aligned. Their toughness and their grit and their hard-headedness and stubbornness and emotion and passion and all of it. That's actually the one area that those two were aligned. So to me, this one was really a money play.
I think you're right, although I do think that all of those things factor in together. Again, why weren't they willing to pay the money? Obviously, money was the gulf. But why weren't they willing to pay the money? Why didn't they want to go $30 million on DK Metcalf? And again, some of the reasons are
$33 million.
Or whatever it is. I mean, it's 30.
The new money, because he's going to play out his extension. The new money of $33 million in guarantees.
So the question then is, why? Why weren't they willing to do that? And I think you hit on a lot of it. His best years were behind him. Third contracts for wide receivers aren't necessarily a guarantee of success, and there's plenty of examples of how those have backfired and how many teams have been looking to just offload somebody that they spent a lot of money on rather than being happy about the fact that they did it. I do think that again, much like Geno, there's some questions just about normalcy and what goes on behind the scenes and swinging a helmet at a teammate in practice and all those things factor in. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they're the deciding factor. Wide receivers are, as kind of a rule,
higher maintenance.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to know that you're dealing with a little bit of crazy. Yep. It doesn't mean it's the same for every wide receiver, but if you've got a legit dude at wide receiver, you're probably dealing with a little bit of emotion that's going to factor into the position.
Yes.
But at some point you have there's that scale of how much of that you're willing to deal with. And as they get older and onto third contract, you're probably willing to deal with a lot less of it because you don't think the production's going to be as great. And then you can't pay as much for it. I think there's also the fact that DK's always been really good and he has never quite been elite. I mean, we have these conversations. There's a reason why each time these best of lists come around, DK, even by his peers, is not rated one of the top 10, 12 wide receivers in the league.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is his route running is good. There are some things he does excellent. There are some things that are weaknesses in his game. And then secondarily, he just doesn't have elite hands. Correct. And if you want to be paid in that 30+ million range as a wide receiver, you probably need elite hands.
Yeah, I think I would co-sign on all of that.
Especially because that's the thing that's going to deteriorate the least. Why did Larry Fitzgerald last as such a great player for so long? Because even when the speed and everything else started to fade, he still had the best hands in the league.
Correct. He could slide inside. No, he could slide inside and still had the frame and the body to separate, and then even when covered, had the hands that just were different.
Different. Yes. Best hands I've ever seen.
Ever.
And DK, unfortunately, it's not even a knock. It's just a fact. He just does not have tremendous hands for a top-tier wide receiver.
Yeah, this one will be pretty darn fascinating to watch. It really will. So will Geno from afar. Right? As are all these guys when they go find new homes elsewhere, from Russell Wilson to Richard Sherman to all the different Seahawks through the years. But these will be two that I think I will have an eye on every Sunday as much as any. And DK in particular, because he is still 27, because he does have a frame and a body, Mike, that is just different.
It's different, man. There's no doubt.
I mean, he's got a power and a speed and it just is.
I don't think DK is going to go have a bad year. I don't think he's going to be a bad player now at all. I think he's still going to have some pretty good years left.
Yep.
So, again, why do you end up saying, no, we're not willing to go to the number that obviously Pittsburgh was willing to? I think, it's all of the things we've talked about, but I would like to hope that some of it is that Mike McDonald said, I need this to be my team. I need this to be my team. And I need this team to be built the way I want it to be built. And maybe that means, look, I dealt with DK for a year. I don't want to keep doing it. Maybe it means I need more up front than I do on the outside. And I need the money and I need the draft picks in order to make that happen. I don't know exactly, how else to phrase it, but doesn't some of this have to be turning this into Mike McDonald's team? Not just the players and personnel that he inherited, but he didn't make that many big changes heading into last year. He made a few as he went, but you couldn't make the DK change or a Geno change as in the middle of the year last year. This is when you have to make major changes, and he's got to put Mike McDonald's stamp on it because it's his butt on the line.
Yeah, and I think of all of those, Salk, I would say right at the center of that is that we're going to spend our money, right? When we say we're a line of scrimmage team and when we say we want to be physical and violent and teams don't want to play against us, it's really great to have, a Ferrari on the outside that can rev like a semi-truck, and that's awesome. But I need that focused, and I need the resources focused first on the inside out. We can find a DK Metcalf in the draft. We can find a Tyler Lockett in the draft. We can find a Doug Baldwin after the draft. We can find some of the greatest receivers in the history of this organization. In fact, Steve Largent came in an expansion draft in 1976. If you want to kind of play all that back 50 years ago, the best receivers in this organization were not, the ones taken at the top. Joey Galloway, this kind of has a Joey Galloway, was... Thank you. God bless you. You did a lot of things. You're an amazing talent. Go do it in Dallas. Go do it elsewhere. Like, we're going to do this thing from the inside out and trust that we can find the next DK and the next Tyler like we have the last 7, 8, 9 years. Doug Baldwin for that matter too. So, yeah, I think the money, number one. Number two, the reallocation from the inside out. And, maybe to your point, just from a brand, a personality, a stamp.
I got to put my stamp on this thing.
This is my stamp.
And I'll keep saying it, and thank you to the 604 up in BC for texting it in a few minutes ago. Salk, you've said it over and over. If you want to go from good to great, you can't pay good players like they're great. That, to me, is what's happened here. Both of those guys believe they're great. I don't blame them for that for a moment. They should believe that. I don't think the reality fits it. I don't think that they've shown it. And Lyle pointed it out earlier. In the history of the Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett grouping, when those three guys were here together, the three biggest names that just left, they didn't win a single playoff game. You can't pay more and more and more for production that is not getting you to the top of the heap. You've got to try and build it a different way. And I mentioned our boss, Kathy, earlier, because I think her point's a good one. If you want, you are perfectly set up for the results you get. Your organization is designed to get the results it achieves. And when the results continuously fall short of being not just in the Super Bowl, but being in an NFC championship game, being in the second round of the playoffs, just winning playoff games, you've got to change the foundation of how your team is constructed. And thankfully, I think this past week gives the organization an opportunity to do that finally.
Yeah, well, now the resources are there.
Now you got to get it right.
What are you going to do about it?
Oh, you got to get it right.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, all of that is coming up at 8:30. I said we've got 5 questions to answer today. We've tried to go through why Geno was traded, why DK was traded. I need to hear more, Brock, about the time and the timeline. I think we need to talk more about their what they're doing now and their competition level for this year, or whether this is a rebuild. And I think we got to talk about the moves we want to see next. All that will start at 8:30 after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Geno has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a third-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft, on his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
you're shocked.
I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out. Because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Eddie's! 4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first,
Well, it's been quite the last few days here in Seattle as the Seahawks are going to look a whole lot different when the season begins in September. They're going to need a new quarterback and they're going to need a new wide receiver as both are on the move. Geno Smith to Vegas for a third rounder, DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh for a second round pick that gives the team 5 in the first 3 rounds. Let's start with Geno. Why is he not here? Mike Garafolo with more.
Go back to last year when we reported that there were conversations, or Geno Smith tried to have conversations about a contract last year, and the Seahawks said, no, not with 2 years left on your deal. He confirmed it to the media. Did not seem very happy at the time that he didn't get an extension, so coming into this offseason, feeling like he proved it again, wanted an even bigger number this time around from the Seahawks. There was a gulf between the sides from our understanding here with regard to the financials on this one.
I know everybody was making fun of me last week when I kept saying that if I'm Geno Smith and I see that the Niners are starting the negotiation with Brock freaking Purdy at $45 million, I'm not going to be happy with a number in the 30s.
That's right.
And of course he wasn't. He's Geno Smith. What makes you think he was going to be like, yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I'll take $10 million less than Brock Purdy. I'm sorry. There was never a way that was going to be okay with him.
Nope.
Never.
Nope. And as far as DK?
No way.
Once DK made that public that he was out, he was out. From what I understand, and then talking to folks, like that was the start of it. And there were a bunch of different teams interested. I don't know, Salk, how many were interested in paying $33 million a year over 4, a total of $150 when added to his current 18 this season. I think that supply kind of started to diminish, and why you ended up with the mid-second round pick. Number 52 from the Pittsburgh
Steelers. I still would love to know what you could have gotten a year ago. If some of the reasoning against the DK market, I know the wide receivers, there were a lot more on the board.
A lot different, yeah.
I know that. But also the league was still sort of obsessed with wide receivers a year ago, whereas as Cowherd was pointing out on Friday, that's starting to drop a little bit now as teams have wisened up. And then also you're a year closer to free agency, as Bert Breer said. You're a year older. I wonder if they could have gotten more a year ago before a trade demand, before anything went down. But I don't know that there's any way to really know that. DK's gone. Geno's gone. Ernest Jones is here. Jaron Reed is here. Both of those guys get new deals yesterday, so they'll be in Seattle for at least a couple more years. And now we start to think about what's going to happen next. And I don't know, man. I will admit, when I saw this or heard this from the Aaron Rodgers thing, it just can't happen, right? It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers. Come on.
What's the market going to do?
It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
How much is Pittsburgh willing to pay Sam Darnold? What is the Seahawks number on Sam Darnold?
You can't risk.
Sam Darnold is option number 1. There is no question about it.
You can't risk messing up the entire culture you have.
I mean, you want to talk about a
one
great
year of a quarterback you know isn't going to get you
for
anywhere.
Jackson.
Stop it. Please stop it. Just stop it with that. It's enough.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
R-E-L.
Seriously, what's the matter with you? Pretty good weekend on the field for the Mariners. A lot of hitting, but unfortunately some bad news on the pitching side. George Kirby shut down on Friday, Brock. That's on Friday.
Thank you.
And he will start the season on the IL, according to GM Justin Hollander.
This is more like a week-to-week thing than a day-to-day thing. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the big picture of the whole season as opposed to worrying about opening day. George will likely start the season on the IL just with not having pitched a full buildup of spring. We don't think this is anything long-term concerning whatsoever. Again, no concerns with a structural issue. We just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. So we will reassess a week from now and see how the inflammation looks and see how he's feeling, and we'll go from there.
Was it shoulder in the past with Kirby as well? It's never been elbow for him.
I don't remember any real Kirby issues.
Oh, yeah, there was a little bit of a soggy arm. There was a little bit of a
soggy arm.
Yeah, a little bit of let's slow down some of this innings
That's
usage
right.
his first year, and so a little inflammation. And Furious George was furious about it.
And Hollander said that. He's like,
he wanted no part of being shut down.
George wants to pitch through it. And they're like, that doesn't make it better.
George is getting angry.
Offensively this weekend, let's see. JP hit a home run. That was nice yesterday. Colt Emerson hit a bomb off a big-time Cubs prospect, number 20 prospect in the league. We saw Jorge Polanco connect with a home run. That was nice to see. He also played his first game at third base. I'm just partial to Randy Arozarena highlights.
Boyd sets, now fires.
Swinging, it's lofted out to right field. This has some carries. Suzuki chasing after it. It short hops the wall. Julio trots around third. He scores standing. Consecutive doubles by the Mariners. First Julio and now Randy Arozarena. It's a go-ahead double in the third inning. 3-2 Mariners.
I think we'd like to see more of that, right? Julio and Arozarena and just hitting back-to-back doubles and scoring runs that way. I'd like to see a lot of that this year. Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken split this weekend, win in Philly, lose in Washington. This after a few more deals on Friday. Brandon Tanev goes to Winnipeg for a future second rounder. Daniel Sprong to New Jersey for a seventh. And then, they're sort of scrambling just to fill out the roster at that point. Ty Cartier came back, which was good. John Hayden was called up. I mean, they're just sort of trying to fill it out here now for the rest of this year. NFL busy already. We are, about 45 minutes away, not even, from the start of the legal tampering period at 9 a.m. Before that, Josh Allen signed a monster deal to stay in Buffalo. Devontae Adams goes to the Rams. Myles Garrett is going to stay in Cleveland, much to my chagrin. We saw Khalil Mack is going to stay with the Chargers. J.C. Horn with the Panthers.
Corner market.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of cap space for a lot of teams, and we're going to see a bunch of new thresholds as that salary cap goes up and up and up. So will the contracts and the year-to-year money and average value per position and guarantees. And, yeah, we're just about to see one heck of a financial foray for many.
That is everything you need to know, quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. G just came in and was like, is the text line filled with people giving Salk his props? And I was like, no. What are you, crazy?
That's not the way this culture works.
No.
Nobody apologizes and nobody gives credit. We all just kind of go through
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I don't think that's really what people want to hear about.
You ain't got no love?
No. I'm not getting any love, but that's fine. I don't need it. That's not the way people are. I don't want love. I'm serious.
G, he doesn't want love.
G, I don't want love.
You don't want no love?
I don't want love. I don't. I'll tell you what I want.
No, what?
I don't want love.
What do you want?
I want to not have this happen again. That's all. I don't want love. I don't want to, you're right, I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
The next time I start talking about something like this, I just want people to stop calling me crazy. That's all.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree. You don't have to want it to happen. You don't have
call
to
him a scrub.
You don't have to
scrub
think
can't get
it's
no
going to
love.
happen.
You know what I'm saying? Don't call him a scrub.
I don't want love.
Okay, Brock.
I don't want it.
Well,
I don't need no love.
I just want to apologize to everybody in the building. I was late this morning getting to work, and I was late because I was on my phone, and I'm looking at all of the people that have posted from the Seahawks players that how much they're going to miss Geno. Okay, I got to go, y'all. I'm late.
How many have there been?
I don't know that I've seen any of those. Yeah, I know he's supposed to be a great leader, and if anybody calls him out for not being a great leader, obviously they've got ulterior motives. Can't possibly be that it's just, the truth. I will just say again, I don't want it. I don't want any credit. Thank you, G. I appreciate you bringing it up. I don't want it. But the next time we have conversations where I say something like, I think this new arena is going to be built at the old Key Arena site, stop calling me crazy. The next time I say something like, I think they should trade DK Metcalf, stop calling me crazy. The next time I say, I don't think they should bring back Geno Smith and this deal's taking too long and it might not happen, stop saying I'm the only one talking about it like that's a bad thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
People like calling you crazy, though.
They do.
Good.
And by the way, if it makes you happy, just keep calling me crazy. Because believe me, I laughed my tail off from Friday afternoon straight through this morning, and I haven't stopped yet. Brock, coming up next, why now? Why did they get this done now? I think that you've got to go back in history to see the exact example of what they're trying to do, and the timing sure works. That and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb, expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a Clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. Ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is a night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
March is here, and
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
954 says Salk better not be on the air today. He said if all this happens, I'd take the whole week off. Prove it. I'll take a week off, just not now. How's that? How about around July 4th? I'll find another time to take a week off. This stuff's too interesting, and I do think there's a lot of conversations, Brock, born out of it. We've kind of gone through why Geno, why DK, why were they not re-signed? And, look, again, money is the reason, yes. But why weren't the Seahawks willing to pay them the money? That's where the conversation, I think, gets a whole lot more curious. Mm-hmm. And, we talked through it. With Geno, I think there's a leadership element. G just came on and said, hey, where are all the posts of everybody saying how much they love Geno and this and that? Haven't seen a lot of it. It's been since Friday.
That being teammates, not fans.
Yes,
and otherwise.
agreed.
That being inside.
And that fits with a lot of what we've heard inside that building, that Geno, and not just now, we've talked about this for a while, just that people didn't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. That Geno wasn't that kind of leader, that he wasn't the guy who his teammates just would lay everything on the line for, and that is important. It's not necessarily number one, the most important thing for a quarterback, but doesn't John Schneider say he wants a quarterback that'll tilt the room? Tell me how Geno tilts the room. That's just not who he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think following, the end of Russell, which was challenging at the end, and it is always challenging with franchise quarterbacks, Salk, largely all around the league. We've talked about that and looked at that and the life expectancy of these guys. And when they get paid that amount of money, there's some animus and, your middle management, all the just different challenges that come with it. And ultimately, they had a number they were comfortable paying, and Geno was not in any way comfortable with that at all.
Yeah.
And I will be curious what he ends up getting in Vegas, by the way. Just as each day passed with the Seahawks, was kind of curious.
It's not a done deal like DK's.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, but why, right? So we answered why Geno. We, in the best we could, why DK. What's number 3 on your little answer to the question, jerk tree?
Why now? Obviously, some of it is this is when their deals were up. I understand that. So some of it is dictated by forces that were just naturally occurring at this exact point where both of them had 1 year left in the deal, and that's where the conversation. That I know. But I don't think it's an accident that the timeline here is 1 year after Mike Macdonald took over. Okay. I asked yesterday, I texted our group, Brock and Maura and Lyle, and just a little force of habit there. And I just asked, when has another team done this? Traded 2 guys like Geno and DK at the same time. And I'm sure there's examples. I can't come up with a lot of them. But the one you brought up, Brock, and it's not perfect, does, I think, tell a very interesting tale. And you brought up when, after 1 year here, Pete Carroll, Cott Hasselbeck, Carlson, and Lofa. Those 3 guys kind of moved on from all 3 of them and started to change what they were doing here in Seattle after the 2010 season. Mm-hmm. And what it tells you is it takes a year to assess. Mike Macdonald comes in. You're not going to get rid of DK Metcalf right away. You get a honeymoon to figure that out.
He's a star, man. He's a star player.
You're not going to get rid of your starting quarterback before year 1 unless you know you've got the perfect option behind him, because you got to figure out who he is and know him and get to be around each other and determine just how much it's going to work. I don't think it's an accident that after 1 year of looking at both of them, again, I know obviously that their timing of their contracts is a big part of this. But don't you think it's important that 1 year into Mike Macdonald's assessing the situation, he says, all right, I'm ready to act. John, I don't need this. I don't need Geno at that price. I don't need DK at that price. Let's figure it out, do it another way, and I want to start building the team I want to build rather than with Pete Carroll's inherited goods.
By the way, also remember that Pete moved on from Jeremy Bates after 1 year, an offensive coordinator in a very similar vein of just kind of working with it, feeling it out, just not going to be the direction we're going to go. Mike Mayock was on with us, and it was just really prescient in many, many ways last week, just kind of talking about organizations around the league and how many of them, Salk, just don't compete because they don't have alignment. They don't have owner. They don't have GM. They don't have head coach. So let's take a step back and answer this question of why now? Why did this happen now? And let's look at it from those three different optics. The owner sat in that stadium and watched her team go 3-6. That owner sat in her stadium and watched Vikings fans and Green Bay fans and people from outside come in and infiltrate it in ways that had not been done. Buffalo Bills Mafia to that extent. But more than anything, they went 3-6. 7-1 on the road. Awesome. 3-6 at home. Not good enough. Where's the stars? Where's the jerseys? Where's the people to follow? Where's, the Russells and the Shermans and the Cams and the Bobby? Where's the stars? And it's like, I think from a GM perspective or an owner perspective, like, hey, bottom line is we got to keep this thing going, this mojo going, these 12s going, right? I've experienced it in my lifetime when it hasn't. I experienced when this was a Mariner town, when this was a Sonic town. It is a Seahawk town, and we got to keep it that way. So I think ownership there probably empowers those decisions. GM's in a situation where, like, okay, I got a chance here if we do this to reboot. 5 picks in the first 92 in a meat and potatoes draft where I can get some difference makers, right? I get a chance to free up $70-80 million of cap space and kind of reinvent this thing and surround now Mike, who I know, and we got a much better feel of what he wants and what I want, and we can blend this thing together with 5 picks in the first 92 and tens and tens and tens and tens of millions of salary cap. Let's go. So I think from a GM's perspective, there's, I think, some genuine excitement to rebuild this thing. And he's already done it before and did it pretty successfully with Pete the first time around. And then ultimately, I think you've answered the head coach. Head coach wants to dominate this thing at the line of scrimmage, first and foremost, and be a violent, physical, you do not want to play us kind of football team. That's what he was around in Baltimore. It's what he was around in Michigan. And now, along with the GM, going to have a lot of capital in this draft and in free agency to go about doing that.
Okay. All great points. So that starts to speak to the timing of it. And again, you can't have that conversation without recognizing that some of the timing is literally just about this is when their deals were up, and so that's why this was going to occur. Fully recognize that. So anything after that is a little bit more speculation, but that doesn't make it not a part of it. Again, there's not just one thing that leads to all of it. When we talk through why not Geno, there's not one answer. There's not one answer on DK. There's not one answer on the timing. All of these things play a role in how decisions get made. And if this had come up a year ago, I don't think Mike Macdonald would have been nearly in the position to say, hey, forget it, let's take a risk, because he was trying to get his feet under him. He needed to give this a chance to learn about the people that he was now coaching. Whereas now, I think it makes a whole lot more sense for him to be like, yeah, no, I get it now. I see who's who and what's what, and I don't need to go down this road. I can build it a different way. I've gotten to know these guys, and I'm ready to move on from both of them. Okay, fine. Okay. So what are they doing? This now, I think, is maybe the most interesting question.
Are we to question 4?
This is on to question 4.
Okay.
What are they doing?
Is there a plan?
Well, I'm sure there is a plan, but what's the plan? Maura asked a great question. She says, was this something they were always planning to do, or did they have to pivot once these guys decided they didn't want to get deals done? I don't know the answer to that.
In a football game, Salk, and Clint Kubiak comes from this school. It's what my life experience, a little different in Indy with Tom Moore and his system. But in a football game, and in preparation for that battle, you have a script. You have your first 15. You have a big call sheet with your third down calls, third and shorts, third and mediums, third and longs. You have your red zone calls, right? Defensive guys on the other side got their early downs, and they got their blitz, and they got their situational stuff, right? So you have all these great plans that you spend all this time getting ready for kickoff, and then the ball gets kicked. And then guess what happens to
a lot of it goes out the window?
There's still some structure, certainly within the situations and situational ball and a half and 2 minute and in third downs. You know, there's still structure, and you get to many of those calls. But you also got to adapt. And, you know, when the market changes, when the game changes, you got to adapt. And my gut and my hunch is what we've heard from many of these experts over the last 24 to 36 hours. John Schneider does not go into this willy-nilly without a plan. I think he's got an A. I think he's got a B. I think he's got a C when it comes to quarterback in particular.
Yeah. So are they rebuilding or are they competing?
Oh, I think they're absolutely competing. Yeah, I think, honestly, the team that came to my mind, and mostly because you're looking to sign their quarterback, was the Minnesota Vikings. Last year, the Minnesota Vikings, right? They move on from Kirk Cousins, right? I think there's a whole bunch of parallels with what you saw in Minnesota. With a really accomplished offensive-minded head coach, you got a really accomplished defensive-minded head coach. But I think those held in very high esteem in O'Connell and McDonald around the league. You had a Minnesota that moved on from Kirk Cousins, right? Atlanta signs him all this money, and you move on from that veteran quarterback. Oh, you're starting over. Oh, you signed Darnold to kind of a one-year deal, scrap heap guy. You're going to maybe draft. They ultimately do draft JJ. But lots of players leave. They're total rebuild.
But weren't they? Weren't they trying to rebuild? It just turns out that they were better than expected right off the bat.
Because I think internally they're like, we're not rebuilding anything. We got some good pieces here. We got good tackles, got great receiver, got some nice components defensively. We're going to run the football. We're going to play action. We're going to do these things. And I think in much the same vein, the Seahawks, like the Minnesota Vikings, they're not looking to totally rebuild or reset. We got a lot of nice pieces here. And now we're going to surround it with 4, 5, 6 of the right guys, kind of like the Washington Commanders football team did. Now, they had the number 2 pick, and that changes a lot. And they had a QB that they love. But what did they do? They signed 5, 6, 7 difference makers in free agency.
Yeah, I think a lot of this we'll find out in the next couple of days. And certainly a big part of the answer to what they're hoping to accomplish this year comes from what they do at the quarterback position, who they sign for how much, for how long, et cetera, and then leading into the draft. I mean, again, the difference between Minnesota last year and the Seahawks this year, Brock, is that Minnesota was entering a draft with 6 first-round picks at quarterback. The Seahawks are not. They're entering a draft that might only have 1 and maybe 2 or 3, but nobody seems to be all that wild about any of them and believe that if it was last year, none of them would have been in the first round. So, you know, what do you do? If it's Aaron Rodgers, if it's Sam Darnold, okay, that tells you one thing.
I want them to sign Sam Darnold. Let me be just crystal clear about that.
Why?
I want them to sign Sam Darnold to a deal in structure very similar to the deal DK or Geno signed 3 years ago. Let me say that one more time. I want them to sign Sam Darnold to a deal very similar to the structure that they signed Geno a couple years ago. That it is, and obviously with inflation and in a bigger cap, they're going to be a little bigger numbers that Geno got, right? But what was Geno, like 3 years, on paper, 100-some million bucks, but lots of escalators and incentives. But every year there was an out. Every year the team had that opportunity to guarantee, you know, that next big bonus, and that just the construction of it made it very favorable to the team. Well, I would love that.
Colin Cowherd agrees with you. He thinks that they would be a good fit.
Pittsburgh Steelers have led the NFL in defensive spending for, I think, 3 years guaranteed. Maybe it's 4. So that's just the organization. That's the coach. They can't get the offensive line right. Steelers have been trying to get it right. They put draft capital in it. They've spent money on it. They still can't get the O-line right. So I think for Sam Darnold, you have to consider that. I'm not saying Seattle is a great offensive organization. Mike McDonald's a defensive coach, but the GM, John Schneider, I mean, he just doesn't miss on wide receivers. You go back to his history. He gets wide receivers right. He gets running backs right. I like Seattle's offensive personnel, and I'm not absolutely sure Darnold would crush it there, but I have more confidence in Seattle than I do Pittsburgh, which is telling you I have very little in Pittsburgh, little confidence in Pittsburgh offensively to get the best out of any quarterback.
So if I read that right, Colin's saying the Steelers have a big problem developing offensive linemen, which makes the Seattle Seahawks a much better choice for Sam Darnold.
Probably wouldn't go there. I'd probably look at competing against Baltimore, Cincinnati in that division in the AFC versus a chance to compete.
It sounds like a better reason.
Familiar division.
Sounds like
with
a better
familiar coach who he was with in San Francisco, a familiar scheme,
All right.
a great defense, a place that, oh, by the way, he's come here and won as a Panther. He came here one as a Viking, like West Coast guy, son of a plumber, blue collar, normal dude. Like there's just a bunch of things there.
You think you win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold? I mean, at the end of the day, Brock, that's the problem with your theory. It's not a bad theory, and I'm not going to be upset if they sign Sam Darnold. It'll be something new. And if it's a short-term deal at medium money because he's a medium quarterback, fine.
Feels a lot more like Alex Smith in Kansas City.
If
than
that's
Geno
the goal,
Smith
if Sam Darnold is your Alex Smith, fine.
Who I believe won a playoff game in Kansas City.
Like he was a decent player, good player.
Yes.
Like if he's your Alex Smith, good. I can understand that. If that's your goal. He's your Alex Smith while you're looking for your Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Fine. I'm okay with that. I don't know that there's another really good example out there right now. I mean, you could try with Kirk Cousins. That doesn't feel right for this offense at this point. I mean, at his career.
Sam can move. Sam can play action. Sam knows this system.
27, so maybe it does work out.
Give me Drew Dahlman and give me Sam Darnold. Today, if we come in here tomorrow, Salk, and you give me the mouthpiece in the middle of that line and you sign Drew Dahlman to a 4-year, $70 million deal,
right?
And right behind him you have Sam Darnold, you are not rebuilding, you are not resetting, you haven't torn this thing down. You give this system a whole lot more legs.
I think that sounds right. I think that sounds right. I could be on board with that. But if you're sitting here telling me you're signing Sam Darnold because you expect him to be the one to win the Super Bowl, I'm going to have some trouble with that. So that's where I'm probably going to draw the line. Maybe he does. That would be great. He had a great year last year. Maybe he turns into that player full time, and we're witnessing the evolution of Sam Darnold in a way that we've never seen before. I would have concerns. He fumbles a lot, right? Always has small hands. I think that's part of the conversation there. And, I don't think he's a perfect player by any stretch. He's never been one of my favorites, but he's grown and he's come out of the New York thing and he learned the, Shanahan tree in San Francisco and had a good year. And maybe O'Connell fixed it. Like, those are all real things I think you can think about.
You know what else he is? Low maintenance. Really. I mean, at the end of Russ, unbelievably high maintenance. Geno, behind the scenes, pretty high maintenance. Sam Darnold, pretty low maintenance.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold carried on the shoulders of his that image. It hit me in December when we talked about this, and it hits me now. I've never seen a quarterback end of season carried on the shoulders of his teammates. Right now, ultimately stumbled down the stretch. Ultimately, didn't play his best football in Detroit and in the playoff game and everything else. Not perfect by any means. But I think a guy that has earned a whole lot of respect from his peers.
Yeah, and that becomes essentially, if it's not your Alex Smith type signing, your Tavares Jackson type sign. I mean, that defines T-Jack. Right up to coming from Minnesota. But he was, go back in time and put yourself in 2010. Pete Carroll had just finished his, I guess it's 2011, had just finished his first year as the coach. He was moving on from Matt Hasselbeck. Charlie Whitehurst was here, but nobody thought that Charlie Whitehurst, sort of like Sam Howell, was going to be the guy moving forward. And John went out and brought in Tavares Jackson to be the quarterback for a year plus. And what was he? A guy that everybody respected.
Tough.
A guy that everybody liked. A guy that was tough. A guy who was not going to win a Super Bowl, but wasn't going to tank or make it seem like you were, quitting on the players that were playing for you right then, to the point where they're like, hey, I don't even want to be here. If you're just tanking, why do I have to go out and put my body on the line? It messes up your culture. Tavares Jackson helped build the culture that paved the way for the Legion of Boom and Russell Wilson and everybody else to have the success that they had down the road.
Yep.
If you're telling me that Sam Darnold can be your Tavares Jackson, that's cool. But you've got to also be planning to find your next Russell Wilson, your next guy, because I don't know whether Sam Darnold is that.
Yeah, and I think the other area that falls a little short is T-Jack financially afforded them the opportunity to invest in other places.
And I don't know whether Sam Darnold's going to do that.
No.
I don't know what that looks like, but Pittsburgh, you would think, would have some interest, et cetera. Aaron Rodgers doesn't do any of that. That's the biggest question I have. I can't even believe when I saw those rumors over the weekend. I can't imagine that there's any reality to that. I can't.
I think it's just kind of leveraging. So Sam, his agent knows there's other opportunities for us. There's Justin Fields.
Yes.
Right. There may be even some of the younger guys.
I tell you what, I would prefer Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones might have some of that T-Jack element. I don't know what kind of leader he is. I've never heard that necessarily as a strength.
What about your guy out of Baltimore and then Miami?
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Utah.
that's toast. That didn't work out.
Okay.
Tyler Huntley?
Yes.
Yeah, he's fun, but that's not going to happen. Oh, well. That's not who he is, unfortunately. I like the idea, but that's probably not
Justin
it.
Fields?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Justin Fields is fun. He can run around a little bit.
He's a run, play action, QB run, want to be physical.
I mean, yeah, either he or Daniel Jones
Reunited with
probably fits
JSN.
that same idea of like, yeah, all right, let them try it. They can be tough, but you're not paying a lot and you're looking for your next guy.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers, it becomes about Aaron Rodgers in a way it doesn't with any of those other names.
Yeah.
Those other names are very easy bridges to whatever's next. Aaron Rodgers is about Aaron Rodgers, and here's Colin Cowherd with more on that.
Remember, Aaron flew out to New York thinking he was going to be a Jet, and Aaron Glenn said, we're not interested. My source said the Jets told him, we don't want that quarterback, and we just don't want Aaron the guy. It doesn't mean Aaron is Lucifer, but Aaron comes, he's a very moody guy and a very moody player, and I was told that by two people who played with him for the Packers. And so if you've got a young coach in Mike McDonald, do you want to saddle him with Aaron Rodgers' personality? Aaron Glenn wanted no part of it because Aaron Glenn from Detroit knows how valuable culture is. So Seattle is building their culture, and I think Aaron's not a good fit for that.
He's right. He's right in every single
What if Aaron
sentence
actually respects John? What if Aaron actually respects Mike McDonald?
No.
What if Aaron actually respects the Seahawks?
Aaron
and the 12s?
Rodgers respects
what if Aaron
one person
wants to be on
himself.
ayahuasca on the West Coast?
Yeah, no.
Huh?
Nope. No.
What
no.
if Blue Nile comes back?
Blue of Earth? Not Blue Nile. That's where you get diamonds.
Can you play her?
This
What
is
if,
Blue, I'm not playing Blue of Earth today.
what
no.
if Blue of Earth wants
No,
to come back?
I'm not going to do that. It's not a Blue of Earth day, Brock. It's a day to talk about
Where was
reality.
that darkness facility? That was in Oregon.
It was in
wasn't
Oregon.
The Eagle Medicine.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi,
It's to
Blue.
zoom way out.
Yeah.
Zooms way out.
She does. She zooms really, really, really far out. Yeah, that's not. I don't see it.
All right.
I don't see how that's a reality. I think you can convince me on Sam Darnold. I think there's an element of out of the frying pan into the fire there. But okay, if it's for less money and you're using it as a bridge, I can buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones, I could be talked into that as like your Tavares Jackson or your what was the other guy they brought in? Matt.
Yeah.
What was the guy's name?
Flynn?
Matt Flynn. Thank you.
Poll. Good pull,
Matt
young man.
Flynn.
Good
Well,
pull.
I mean,
He
it was a
could-
big deal when they brought him in.
It
They gave
was?
him a decent amount of money.
Yeah.
Give him some. Matt Flynn, okay, fine. Maybe. Like, if he's that guy, I could handle Daniel Jones or Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that Derek Carr might be the right guy, but Maura pointed out that over the weekend, I didn't even see it. He signed a new deal to stay, and they're going to guarantee
they
a
just
bunch of
restructured
his
deal.
money.
He gets $40 million this year, so they don't think he'll be going anywhere after
Yeah.
that.
All right. So forget that. That's probably not going to happen, even though I thought that might have made some sense.
No, this feels like Sam Darnold.
It does feel like Sam Darnold, and the next choice, I think, would be Daniel Jones or Justin Fields. Right? Does that sound right?
I think so, and we'll see what the market's going to determine. Does the market become open here in 6 minutes? Is that about
We're
right?
just about there,
So the legal
man.
tampering period
We
begins?
are at the point where the market opens. We'll be waiting on news, and in the meantime, we're going to give some props to two guys who took a risk and got it right. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Geno has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a third-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft. On his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
You're shocked.
I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient brine cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Oh, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you can be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Welcome to the legal tampering period. It's underway, Brock. Has anyone signed yet?
I don't know, but get that news, breaking news ready, and not quite as loud as last time, Lyle. The last time you fired that, it kind of blew my ears out. And Salk's ears are so sensitive, so just be careful.
Very sensitive ears.
But Salk's ears always perk up when somebody's a little contrary. And, over the last year or so, there's been a little bit of a contrarian voice, not just Mike Salk's voice.
Nope.
But how about a former player, someone around the team?
Let me throw some credit, Brock, at two guys that have talked about this and didn't receive a tremendous amount of love when they did. I know we played the sound, and I thought it was great. Jordan Babineaux will start here. This was a while ago with Wyman and Bob. He was on with them. We played the cuts the next morning, and it didn't get a tremendous amount of pub. I mean, I heard a lot of people saying no one was talking about this. Nobody said this was going to happen. Well, Jordan Babineaux did. You just had to use your ears.
Looking at potential and who the new offensive coordinator will be, that he's going to want someone, who can lead that offense. This will be, Geno's third offensive coordinator, if that were the case. I just see this team being young. And if you look at the history of what, Snyder has done with this franchise over his tenure, is he's always looked to get younger. Geno is a capable quarterback. I think he's still a starting quarterback. He had his best year as a pro this year. I just don't see him on the Seahawks roster the next season simply because they'll be looking to bring someone in to nurture and mature a young mind and something different at the quarterback position. So we'll see if I'm right again this year, but again, I'm only playing GM from afar.
Well, he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, he was right. Yep, and he was right the year before or 2 years before that on Russell, I think. So, yeah, he was right. And so it begs the question. I didn't mention this name. I was just reading during the break there that the old Broncos decided to go Jarrett Stidham is the backup to Bo Nix. So a guy named Zach Wilson is on maybe that possibility. You want to go young?
Yeah.
If you can't get Sam Bradford, you want to get somebody athletic? Somebody with a high grade. When I speak of QBs of the last 5 years in that pre-draft grade of where his grade was compared to certainly
is there any concern?
Sam Bradford?
Is there Huh?
Did Brock just say Sam Bradford?
No.
Sam Bradford.
I think that's what he just said.
Oh, instead of Darnold, Sam Darnold. You might have
screwed that up.
Finally, somebody else around here makes a mistake confusing names. My only there's a lot of questions with Zach Wilson, but the first one I guess would be concerned that the Broncos just decided to go with Jarrett Stidham instead of him.
Well, maybe they believe. Maybe that's also not just the Broncos. Maybe that's Zach Wilson saying, "I'm gonna get more than 2 and 10.
Maybe
I don't want to be a backup." Jarrett Stidham's just an average skill set guy. I got plus arm, plus athleticism. I've started more games than Jarrett in this league. Good. Let Jarrett stay here for 2 years and $10 million be the backup. I want to go to the market and the crazy market and see what all of that looks like.
Here's what I would say in favor of that. You know what would be better than signing Sam Darnold? Signing the next Sam Darnold. That would be better than signing Sam Darnold.
The guy that got the QB rehab in San Francisco and went to Minnesota, had a breakout. Guy that got a QB rehab with Sean Payton in Denver. And by all accounts, talked to people in Denver that watched practices and everything else. He was pretty amazing. He was the most skilled of the 3 guys in Denver. But Bo Nix, obviously, the most accomplished. And toughest winner.
Brock, if one of the reasons you're moving on from Geno is that he didn't engender a tremendous amount of faith and leadership and all of those things from his teammates, I don't know how Zach Wilson fixes that problem.
No, I agree.
That's not really,
put another name out
his reputation.
So Babineaux nailed it. He was absolutely right. This team
let me play some
younger.
more. That wasn't all he said. Here was Jordan Babineaux on DK Metcalf.
DK, I mean, this was really the first year that we saw production drop off, and he had, in fact, missed 2 games, and that was rare. But even when they decided to give him, a new contract, they only did it for 3 years. So it tells me that was another test. So let's try him out for another 3 years. Let's see if there's drop off. And again, in kind of his development or growth as a pro, fell short of, 1,000 yards this season. I don't think that's the big reason. I think a lot of it, too, is about bringing something fresh and something new, a dynamic talent. DK is a star number one receiver. What I don't believe is that they'll bring him back at the number at $35+ million.
So, again, he kind of gets that one right as well, saying
ended up being $33 million, but yeah,
he's pretty close.
Yes,
right. I mean, he got it pretty close, and just saying, I don't think they're going to do either of those things, and they didn't.
Nope.
And they didn't. Now, why did DK sign the 3-year deal? Was that because that's what the Seahawks wanted, or is that because that's what he wanted in order to get back to the market? Both those things could have been true at once. But if he's right that, hey, we'll give you 3 years as a prove it, and during that time his production fell off, which it did this past year. You can write that script pretty well.
Monday, March 10th, time capsule. 3 years from now, we'll look back at these comments. Okay, write that down, Lyle, so we remember 3 years from now. So on March 10th, 2028, we'll look back and open this up. DK Metcalf in 3 years. Is he going to be worth $33 million a year?
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no as well.
Here's my second question. DK Metcalf at 3 years at the end of this contract, is he still going to be playing for the Steelers, or will they have moved on? I don't know the answer to it, but I think those are both pretty worthwhile questions. So, again, I'm going to let's throw some credit at Jordan Babineaux. He's not the only one. He was the first person I thought of over the weekend when all of this went down. But the other was our friend Daniel Jeremiah, who will start joining us again here in a couple more weeks. We played this sound last week, and everyone kind of just glossed over it. But,
Aaron Rodgers, as he was getting towards 40, was still playing, MVP level football. Tom Brady, obviously, on the other side of 40, championship level football. And I think there's a lot of people that are kind of forgetting those are exceptions. That is not how it normally goes. We've seen a lot more quarterbacks. Geno's 34. Think about Cousins last year. Think about Russell Wilson's fall off. We've seen a lot of those guys kind of fall off. So if you're Seattle, is this almost like the fact that Lockett's gone and maybe they trade DK Metcalf? Geno's 34. Would it shock you at all if Seattle said, you know what, maybe we could, because the quarterback situation is not great around the league, and we'd have to find, maybe we could try and make it work with Fields, who's younger, or at least take a shot at somebody younger. Maybe we traded Geno and DK and kind of regroup and reset here.
Mm-hmm. And we said it last week when we played that sound. That's not out of thin air. DJ's a critical thinker.
Mm-hmm.
DJ's connected to all 32 teams in this league, and the position that he sits in there with the NFL Network and his past in scouting has built a ton of connective tissue with a lot of different people. And I think some of that was ongoing there coming out of the combine. After Friday's meetings did not go well with John and Geno's agent, the deal wasn't consummated. I think we all were like, ooh, every day that passes, and that had been 3, 4, 5 days since that passed, and he makes those comments, that this was on the table and had to be on the table. And back to, I think, Big Play Babs comments, we get so tied to this thing emotionally. Just step back. You have optics that look at the big picture in the way that John has done this for 15 years. I know it infuriates Richard Sherman, but I'm sorry. This is the way business is done in the NFL. You can't hold on to aging players, even if you love them. You have got to constantly be in pursuit and projecting future performance.
And you can't pay elite money to non-elite players because that's how you get burned. You've got to find a way, especially at these important positions, to spend the right amount of money on the players that you've got. And I think the Seahawks are starting to right-side some of that with now an opportunity to move into a totally different era of Seahawks football. We'll come back here with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
My phone is just blowing up here, obviously, with the news of Geno Smith being traded to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
This is more shocking to me, quite honestly, than the news a couple years ago that Russell was getting moved to Denver. They're willing to take a significant swing and risk to try to go from good to great. How do we find and pursue that next guy to make us great and to be a world champion?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's been nice. Some of the days getting longer, the breaks in the weather a little bit sunnier, and it's gotten us thinking about summer, getting out on the golf course, right? Vacations, enjoying our beautiful Northwest. Well, let's make this summer one to remember. Let's look and feel our absolute best. You can do it if you start now by Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here. 45 days. That's what it takes. Lose almost a pound a day each day. I lost 35 in total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and you can as well. I'll let you in on a secret. Those 45 days weren't even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or exercise, or no pills, no injections, no scary side effects, no box fake meals. Nope. Talking about healthy, delicious meals that you buy at the grocery store and make for yourself, and then watching the pounds melt off. I know you can do this as well. All it takes a 15-minute phone call. Just call them. Go to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic right now, eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and schedule it. No obligation. You've got nothing to lose other than all the extra weight. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have an average double-digit return since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes in here to the NFL free agency. We'll get you updated in just a moment. No new major news, certainly none involving the Seahawks. All their big news took place between Friday afternoon and Sunday afternoon as they parted ways with both Geno Smith and DK Metcalf getting back a third-round pick for Geno, a second-rounder for DK. They'll have 5 picks in the first 100. Starting with Geno, you know, we'll go through even more what's happened here and why. But he reunites with Pete Carroll in Vegas. He gets a deal expected to be in the 40 to 45 million range, we think. The Seahawks, although it hasn't happened yet, the Seahawks saved 31 million, but they still have a, 13 million dead cap hit. I'm not entirely sure how that works. So you get both? So does that mean they save 31 minus the 13?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So really what they're saving for this year is 31 minus 13. And with DK, it's 11 minus 21. So they actually take a $10 million hit on DK?
So all I know is they got like 70 million in cap space to spend. Don't
That's
get
all you
lost
know?
in the minutia and the
That's
details.
all you know.
They have all
right.
the sand in the sandbox to play. They can do whatever they want in free agency.
Hey, Brady Henderson, why did the Seahawks trade Geno Smith?
There's been some, skepticism in the building about Geno Smith's, I would say, long-term viability as their starting quarterback. And certainly he's a lot better than a lot of other options they could have had. And certainly he did a pretty good job behind, amid tough circumstances last season with a bad offensive line and, not much of a run game. But he's 34 years old. He's been pretty up and down the last few seasons, and he was up for a contract. And, I think this reflects the fact that the Seahawks and Geno Smith just weren't all that close on an extension. And I think this was the case of the Seahawks. Instead of having this thing drag out and potentially miss out on some free agents that they could potentially sign, they wanted to pull the trigger on a situation where, again, with the questions of Geno Smith and whether or not he was a long-term answer, I think any extension that they would have done, it was going to give them the flexibility to move on after one season anyways.
Yep. And I think flexibility is the key word. Flexibility in this draft now with 5 in the top 92, flexibility in the salary cap with tens of millions of dollars to go pursue a Sam Darnold or somebody lesser than and address the offensive line as well in free agency. So plenty of flexibility, plenty of opportunity.
And this comes after they made a couple of signings already. Ernest Jones, Jaron Reed, both stay put on new deals, so they will be back this season.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
On the field for the Mariners, actually, it's a pretty good weekend. They hit the ball, which was great. J.P. Crawford with a home run. It was nice to see Randy Arozarena do some damage. We saw Jorge Polanco have his first home run of the spring. I just like this one. Colt Emerson going up against a big-time prospect for the Cubs, doing big-time damage.
The next pitch, swing and a high fly ball. Colt Emerson tags it to right field, and this clears the berm. A no-doubt smash by one of the game's top prospects. Colt Emerson leaves the yard. It's a one-run game.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He's made a nice little impression. So is Las Montez, who's hitting like 450 this spring.
Harry Ford.
Harry Ford had a home run this weekend.
Harry Ford's arguably had the best spring of anybody.
Mitch Garver's hitting in the 400s. So, yeah. I mean,
Dylan Moore got his first hit, 1 for 24.
That was good.
Demo got his first hit.
Good to see. Good to see that finally got done. The bad news, unfortunately, is that George Kirby is going to be shut down. He's got a problem with his shoulder. Justin Hollander says it's more week to week than day to day. He'll probably end up missing the start of the season and go on the injured list, but he didn't really want to hear that.
I didn't have to do it, thankfully, but there were multiple people who had to tell him, from what I understood. His treatment option was do nothing, keep pitching. I'm fine. The smart people that work with us in our high performance group, Rob Scheidegger, Hank Pelto, the people that represent George, everyone was aligned that playing the long game is the smartest thing to do. And I think about after the 5th conversation that George got on board with that. He's a super competitive guy. That's what makes him who he is. Like most of the great pitchers in the league, he wants the ball. He wants it every 5 days, and he wants to go make 32 starts. That's hard for guys to accept, but it is 100% the right thing to do.
Thankfully, I'm not the one who had to tell him, but multiple people had to tell him that he was going to be shut down for a couple of days, and they're going to make him rest that shoulder, and unfortunately means he won't be there for the start of the season.
Oh, I like that.
Breaking news time. What do we got, guys?
Former Falcons center Drew Dahlman reached an agreement on a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Chicago Bears. $28 million guaranteed.
Sorry, Brock.
Yeah. I was going to say, I almost interrupted you earlier. So I had a little birdie say, unbelievable in run blocking. Unbelievable. So you might want to watch the pass protection tape a little bit.
Not good enough.
Yeah, so I should have slowed my roll just a little bit. And I shouldn't have said that after the fact of the breaking news.
Right.
But
I will say, to Brock's credit, he actually told me that beforehand. I heard Brock say that he got that birdie alert earlier.
A little birdie that the pass pro was concerned.
Not up to snuff.
And that market value, 342, tells you some of that. Because remember, Creed Humphrey, 4 years, 72, a lot more guaranteed than that.
So we're now waiting on the guy from Indianapolis.
Will Fries becomes next.
That becomes the big goal here in free agency. Chris Godwin goes back to the Bucks. We saw that.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. Jalen Moore goes to the Chiefs. I saw that one. Offensive lineman goes to the Chiefs. So the deals are starting to get done, Brock. They're trickling in. They're trickling in.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We're already in the third thing. How many things do people need to know?
Wow.
We have to handle breaking news before the third story.
But the third story was the NFL. That was the third story.
It is old stuff with the Kraken on Friday making some trades.
All right, so there goes the music. It's down.
All right. Jeez. You got to get the music right on this show.
Vikings lost on a last-second shot, pursuing their first state title since 71. But
really,
Looker Nasdaq and the boys played their guts out. Yeah, it was an awesome game.
And you were in Kansas City.
Dane Looker's son, Lawson.
You were in Kansas City.
I was in Kansas City. Great scene. Great scene. Had a shot to get to the finals. Missed in the end of regulation.
Watching Oklahoma State. That's Brock's daughter's team. Yep. Go Pokes.
Oh, and Titus went in the Elite Eight, so they're in the Final Four.
They are.
They are.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so they're still alive.
Well, there's a lot of good news
and
there.
over at the Iceplex.
It was a pretty good weekend for Cecily and the girls of the 10U Kraken Navy team. After winning the Thanksgiving tournament, after winning the Voyagers Cup, they have now won the
I feel like they got to
championship.
They got to break them up. It's only fair
they
to
did.
the girls.
They're done now. This is basically it. They'll get one more tournament up in Richmond, Canada, BC, in a couple of weeks, where they're probably going to get spanked a little bit. But other than that, it was awesome, man. They won 5-0 in the semis. Only time I think I could have ever given player of the game to the losing goalie who gave up 5 goals, but she stopped 60 shots. She was unbelievable. Shout out to Eliza. I don't even know her last name, but she's awesome. Nice. And then, big 9-1 victory yesterday. They was tied 1-1. And then they scored 8 straight.
I think you start to see why this team is
2-goal day for Ashton.
Hated
Hated everywhere.
Yes.
2 goals for Ashton.
People
2
hate
goals.
winners, Salk. People hate winners.
2 goals for
Get used to it.
Isabella. 1 for Cecily, which was nice. Boston had a goal. I think who else had nice goals? Scarlett had a nice goal.
Break
Stella
up the
had a
Kraken
nice goal.
Blue and break up the Seahawks.
Yeah, break them all up.
Salk? Why?
Well, they're going to be rebuilding the Kraken Navy team, I think, next year. And maybe that's what the Seahawks will be doing, too. We'll be right back with a crazy, crazy, crazy weekend in Seattle sports. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
D-tackle B.J. Hill signs a 3-year, $33 million deal to stay with the Bengals. The Chiefs are signing running back Elijah Mitchell from the Niners for a deal up to $3.5 million, so not a lot of money there. And we're just waiting on the Seahawks, who unfortunately just haven't created any news in the last few days. Oh, wait.
Gosh, so
they've
boring.
created a lot of it.
So boring.
They've created an awful lot of news. What's the biggest story? The biggest story is trading Geno Smith, right? Bigger than trading DK? Don't you think? You've traded a quarterback. I mean, like, the DK Metcalf thing was always a distinct possibility as you were coming down the stretch. He was, but he wasn't your quarterback.
The city needs stars.
He wasn't your quarterback. Trading your quarterback is a bigger story. He'd been your quarterback for 3+ years. He wanted huge quarterback money. That is the biggest story. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the two of them together, just magnify it. It's exponential, right? They kind of build off each other in this complete change of what it is the Seahawks are and who they're all about. It shifts considerably.
Do you think the Seahawks will get the benefit of the doubt that they are not rebuilding, or do you think this is a sign nationally? Just kind of, if we were treetop, if we were doing a national show, would we look at the Seahawks and go, oh, okay, yeah, clear reset. Okay, moving on from DK, moving on from Geno, freeing up space. They're just going to try to find their QB of the future and just total rebuild reset? Or can people look back just a couple years ago when you traded an even bigger quarterback with an even bigger resume as a Super Bowl champ and at that time, 8-time Pro Bowler in Russell Wilson, then maybe they're not in the reset rebuild, but just actually retool business? Because this smells to me a lot more like that than it does signal like,
I don't know that
hands
we know
up
yet.
in the air.
We don't know yet. I mean, doesn't it depend what happens next? It could right now. You could go in whatever direction you wanted. You could turn this into a rebuild, or you could turn this into a what did you call it? A retool. Mm-hmm. I mean, it depends what you decide to do now. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't think John Schneider is ever going to tank. He's never going to look at this and say, how do we get to the bottom? To me, this is about how do you continue to build up a roster so that you are, that one final piece away. And they were more than that. You weren't going to add one piece to the Geno, DK, Tyler Lockett grouping and turn it into a championship team. It wasn't going to happen. I mean, like, we've watched this team for a few years now be good, not great, and specifically go, what'd you say, 3-6 at home last year, and that's an untenable thing.
Because if you're paying the $33 million extension to DK and you're going to pay Geno $40 million,
they got to win.
And then you were going to pay Jaron Reed and you were going to pay your linebacker, there would not have been anything left in the kitty.
That's right. And you better win with a group that at that point had shown they weren't ready to win. And what, you're going to sit here and say, oh, well, it's fine. You're just going to draft an offensive lineman? Oh, because you can always bank on rookies coming in right away and dominating? Stop it. Stop it with that. None of that ever made sense, which is why we've been talking about it for a long time. The biggest decision is at quarterback. That is the ball game. What are you going to do at quarterback? And I'm going to go back to what Mike Mayock told us, Brock, last week. I thought this was really smart and probably answers the why trade Geno question as well as anything does.
When you say Geno's a good football player, he is. He's solid. At age 35, is he a guy to build around to win a Super Bowl down the road? No, I don't think so. So that's what I mean by being intentional. Next year's draft potentially could have more quarterbacks in it. But I think John's one of the most competent GMs out there, and I would trust that they're having those conversations right now. And Geno's a really good bridge. You're going to pay him, I think he's got 15 and non-guaranteed dollars this year, along with a bonus of about the same. He's 31 million this year, I believe. Mm-hmm. None of it guaranteed until the roster bonus hits later this month. So I think he's a really good bridge, because I don't think you're winning a Super Bowl this year anyway, but you better figure the rest of it out as far as that position in the next year or two.
And I think the next part of that is, well, cool, but if he doesn't want to sign and stay at 30 million and he wants 40 to 45,
yes,
then you can't pay that much money for your bridge quarterback.
Correct.
Pretty simple.
Correct.
Pretty simple math. Oh, you want that? Well, you're not good enough for that. So we're going to trade you.
All right. The other part of that story is Mike shared, and that was from his real life experience as a GM for the Raiders for a bunch of years, is every time he was intentional and thought, okay, Derek Carr is a good bridge quarterback and can really elevate the floor, and we're never going to be losers, and we maybe have a chance to, get to the playoffs with him. But if I move on from him, what did John Gruden always say to him? Great. Then who's my starter September 3rd? Then
right.
You better have a plan. So there's been a whole lot of conversation that to make this move with Geno and to pair him with Pete back in Vegas and to open this opportunity, John's certainly not going in this blind. Certainly has to be a plan, right? Certainly has to be at least the equivalent of Geno.
You just never know. Yes, I would imagine there's a plan. I don't have any idea what it is. Maybe it's Sam Darnold. Maybe it does still involve Sam Howell in some way. Although, again, I think based on what we saw and heard from practices, et cetera, that doesn't sound like something they're doing. Drew Lock is out there and available again if you want to go down that road.
Adapting to market conditions to this kind of start, right? Because people will always say, what, were they lying? Was Mike McDonald lying at the Combine when he said, what a bad take that this is somehow, Geno can't win or the Geno's a problem or whatever. That's a bad take. That's a bad take and tip of the spear, and he's the guy and he's so competitive. Was that all like, not being honest, or was it at that time that was the market? That was the information they had. And then after the Combine, the Vikings don't tag Sam Darnold. And all of a sudden, there's maybe a market opportunity there. And then all of a sudden, the Raiders have a Pete Carroll who spends a couple hours on a plane with John Schneider. And you don't think they're talking at all and didn't talk at all through the process about his friends is in the business and all the relationship they have? Of course they spent some time and probably a whole bunch of it at the Combine.
Sure.
Would you be interested in Geno? Right? There's a report, Albert Breer was tweeting it, that John had some structure in place for Geno and DK to the Raiders for Max Crosby.
That would have been sweet.
Which would have been unbelievable.
That would have been pretty sweet.
That would have been pretty nice.
I'd have been pretty happy about that move, to be perfectly honest.
That he and Pete were certainly having a bunch of conversations. So market conditions change. You better be willing to adapt. You better have powder. You better be smart. You better have other plans in place. Just like in a football game, as the game unfolds and a turnover here and an early score there. And you got to, just constantly be in adaptation mode. But man, the more we do this over these 3-4 hours, and now as the legal tampering period begins, and now at any moment we can get a breaking news, I just have a hard time looking beyond Sam Darnold. I think he just checks a bunch of boxes here. Checks it for the head coach, checks it for a locker room, checks it for a scheme, checks it for familiarity with Clint Kubiak in San Francisco when they were both kind of rehabbing and rebuilding and everything else. Fits it scheme-wise. I don't know if there's another option at quarterback that checks as many boxes for me as Sam Darnold does.
425 jumping into this says, how could you even call this a retooling? We have one wide receiver, no quarterback, no offensive line, and two relatively, let's be honest, unproven facts on offense or defense showed improvement last year, but they're no juggernaut right now. This is definitely a rebuild.
It's a top 10 defense that brings everybody back.
Yeah,
it's a defense that was second in the conference, second in all the NFL.
The first part of it is well said.
A defense second in the NFL in forcing 3 and outs that had you played some complimentary football, don't turn the ball over. Last year would have really been the
all right, but the first part of it is well. The second part, you're right. The first part. Uh-oh.
Why am I salivating like Pavlov's dog? Every time I hear that.
Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette says the Steelers are getting close to a deal with 4-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers per multiple sources. God. They decided to enter discussions with Rodgers and Sam Darnold when it became apparent Justin Fields wanted to test his value in the free agent market.
Thank God. God.
I was really looking forward to the idea of Salk having to interview Aaron Rodgers. Salk having to interview Aaron Rodgers, and I was just going to play that drop of Michael Scott and Toby from The Office, where Michael Scott's just like, "This is the worst. This is the worst. You are the worst. I can't stand looking at your face."
Oh, thank you to whatever higher power made that happen. Thank you. Oh, I could not have dealt with that.
More?
Oh, nope, sorry.
No,
sorry.
you're just
Don't do that to me, Nora!
Oh, thank
man,
you.
I'm sorry.
You. Oh, phew.
Be careful hitting that button.
Phew. Okay, that's really good news.
Oh, my God.
I was very, very worried we might have to watch Aaron Rodgers here.
The Steelers with George Pickens, DK Metcalf, and Aaron Rodgers.
What a group of nuts.
All right, so let's just bring to the air what I've asked you guys off the air.
All right.
What is the more just chaotic locker room between Steelers generations, or I guess not generations, but the Killer Bees with AB, Le'Veon Bell, and Ben Roethlisberger, or now the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and George Pickens?
This is way more.
Really?
Volatile. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Antonio Bryant's the craziest of any of them. Or chaotic. Antonio Brown, rather, is the craziest of any of them. There's no doubt. If you're ranking the list of chaotic figures there, he's number one by a long shot. But the next three, I think, are all there together now. I think Le'Veon Bell and Ben Roethlisberger would be the last two on that list.
By the way, let's spin this back here.
But when Le'Veon Bell was there, the biggest thing he did was be an idiot about his contract before he left. He didn't really start mouthing off until after. Yeah.
Ben was annoying, but not crazy. I mean, I don't think that's his thing.
Steelers and Seahawks have always had a little thing since the 2005 Super Bowl. There's always been a little thing because they're both really quality organizations. They both win a lot of games. They both sit there and really very rarely ever lose. Let's look at what Pittsburgh and the Seattle Seahawks are both doing. They're both doing that and both saying very clearly that 8, 9, 10 wins is not enough. And they're doing it with some veterans now, right? And they're in a different spot because Hayward and TJ Watt and their guys their stars are kind of at the end of it, right? In this cycle. Like they're aged and veteran dudes, and they're clearly saying, we are going for this. And we are going to go down that veteran road. The Seahawks, very clearly moving on, I think, from DK and Geno, are saying we're kind of on the front end of this. And that's why this next whatever news breaking when it comes to the Seahawks, again, is going to be utterly fascinating. Because now, doesn't that make the Sam Darnold to Seattle that much more fire and that much more smoke? If the Steelers are off the table and that's Aaron Rodgers there, I would certainly think so. And I would certainly think that's beneficial to the Seahawks as well from a financial standpoint as you're trying to, to consummate this deal and get a number that's going to help you still build those receiver and line and other pieces around Sam.
Oh, thank God they're not going to have Aaron Rodgers here. It really would have been awful. It really would have been. And I got people texting and saying, oh, it's just because Salk's a liberal snowflake. That might be true, but that's not why. I may be a snowflake, but that's not why. Because he would destroy everything Mike McDonald's trying to build in terms of culture. He's a terrible, terrible culture fit. anywhere, and certainly here. I think it would have been a terrible decision. And my problems with Aaron Rodgers are much more about the way he's treated his teams than the things he's said publicly about, life and politics and health or anything like that. You can live with all that. The way he treats his team, his teammates, his coaches, it's an untenable thing to me. So I would say just hard pass, and I'm really happy to hear that that's not likely to happen here in Seattle. Sam Darnold's going to be a really interesting one, Brock, and we'll see if this ends up going down.
Sam Darnold, Justin Fields. Who do you want? Lyle Moore, text toy 866-979-3776.
You can't just put it out there with
Why not?
Because there's cost differences associated with them. It's taking two routes to how do you get great quickly. Sam Darnold's a better quarterback right now than
Justin Fields has had a time to prove himself.
You want a 3-year? Okay, I'll do it this way. You want a 3-year, $90 million deal for Sam Bradford.
Darnold.
Right? Gosh darn it. I did that in the Cotton Bowl, and I'm doing it now. Never again, Sam. Do you want let's call it actually a 3-year, $100 million deal with Sam?
33 a year.
Yep. Or do you want a 1-year, $18 million deal on Justin Fields? And Justin Fields says, I'm not signing anything long-term. I think I can get 1 year in really significant money. I'm going to bet on myself. And I want 1 year, 18. I want to play with a great defense, play with a great run game, play to my strengths, get back with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Do you want Justin Fields for 1 and 18 or Sam Darnold?
What do I got to pay for? What do I got to pay for Daniel Jones?
I think less than both of that.
That might be. Really? That might not. I mean, look. I think it depends which direction you think the team is going. Do you want to continue? Do you want to win this year? If you want to win this year, then the answer is Sam Darnold. He's the best quarterback in the group. I don't have any doubt about it. He gives you the best chance to win this year and maybe the year after. If your goal is to get the best quarterback in the 2026 draft and or to maybe have the next Sam Darnold, not the one that's already getting paid, then you got to go in a different direction.
So what do you want, Mike?
I would prefer not Sam Darnold. I don't know whether that means Fields or Zach Wilson or Daniel Jones. I think you would need to have much better sense as to what those guys have been doing, what their rebranding and rebuilding look like, what their strengths and weaknesses are. I don't know that I could answer which of that group.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be upset if Sam Darnold comes here. I think that's a totally valid way to go.
Because I screw up Bradford and Darnold every freaking time.
I'm not going to be upset if that's the way it goes. But if it were me, I would probably go in a different direction. I would either go with, and we talked about this, remember months ago, I brought this question up. Which direction do you want to go quarterback? Right? Do you want to sign Geno Smith to another big deal? Or do you want to try and go with one of these guys that aren't proven?
See, the one thing I would say,
either you end up with the next Geno / Darnold / whatever, which would be great. Hey, maybe that's Lyle's guy. Maybe it's time for Anthony Richardson.
Are we doing this today?
No, we're not doing this today.
Maybe.
No, we're not.
Maybe it's Anthony Richardson or any of those guys. And if it works, great. You've got the next dude and you're set. And if it doesn't, you're in the top 10 next year and you draft a great quarterback and you move on.
Brock, if you trade for him, you're paying him $1 million next year. If he isn't good, then you're basically going to pick in the top 7. And
you could put him on Pier 66 and he couldn't throw it in the water. Okay.
But what if he does?
He can't.
He hasn't played that many games.
He's a 50-something% passer in college. He had games where he completed 30%.
So did Josh Allen.
I don't know what the Mendoza line is, but
Josh Allen did
so
that.
far below. Not in the NFL. Never had a game like Anthony Richards. Never tapped out. Never, ever, ever. Anywho, why I think I'm back on Sam Darnold, Salk, is because, and I'm going to have to pause now every single time, is because my QB optics in this sphere that we used to operate in, it's just kind of changed. That the quarterback market is different than it was even 5 to 10 years ago, where you just had an impossible time of trying to find a quarterback, of somebody becoming available. Never anybody would ever let go, right? Trading up in a drive. I just think there's more flexibility in acquisition of quarterback almost every single year. And this is kind of showing it yet again with Aaron Rodgers blown up after a year or two, Kirk Cousins blown up after 1 year after getting $90 million. That I just think some of those QB dynamics are much more fluid than they had been certainly when we started doing this 16 years ago.
Well,
And
it
why
won't
is
be
Sam
Jimmy
Darnold-
Garoppolo, Brock. Let me tell you. Jimmy Garoppolo is going back to the Rams. That does not need a sounder, but Jimmy Garoppolo is going back to the Rams.
Good
Jimmy
looking
G doesn't get a sounder.
No,
Really?
Jimmy G on this one. I think you're better off trying to find the next Sam Darnold, the next Baker Mayfield, the next guy that you can reclaim than paying the one who's been reclaimed. That would be my preference. I would rather try to oh, whoa, too sexy. Wow. Right Said Fred? What's up, Right Said Fred? What's going on over there?
Oh, that's for Jimmy G. He's hot.
Yeah, sorry. I just Right Said Fred on a Monday morning. Why wouldn't there be? I'd
I
rather
think all
find the
that's
next
fair. I
guy
think
than the
that's all
one who's already done it. And if it works, great. You've got your dude and you're not spending much money on it. And if it doesn't work, great. You're in the top, as Lyle said, 7 to 10 next year, and you've got resources, and you draft your next quarterback.
That's what
and
Minnesota
that's the
just did
direction.
this last year too.
That's right.
I mean, they.
I would
found-
rather follow the actual Minnesota blueprint than the taking what they've already done and building.
Who do
off
you
of
think
it
is the
one.
next guy?
It could be any of those guys. Maybe it's Daniel Jones. It's probably not. Maybe it's Zach Wilson. It's probably not. Maybe it's Justin Fields. It's probably not. Which of those three guys is the best leader? Which of those three guys tells your locker room that you're at least trying? Whichever one has that, then that's the one I want. I don't know which of those guys it is. I just don't know enough about them personally. Which one engenders the most trust and belief from their teammates?
Yeah.
Tell me who does that and go get that guy on a short-term deal, and I'm happy.
Wilson's probably third on that list.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Probably.
That's my guess. My guess it's either Fields or Jones. I don't know which it is. I don't know enough about them.
I'll throw one more name out just because people around here seem to like to talk about him a lot. Now feels like a good time. Could they look at Joe Milton?
If there was a way to get Joe Milton on a mid-round pick, I'm into that idea and finding out what he is. Sure. Yeah, that sounds like a fun idea. I'm into that. But I think that my number one criteria in a quarterback now, Brock, would be what kind of message are you sending to your locker room when you sign him? Is he going to engender belief and trust and all of that? Yeah. And if he does, then either you stink, but at least everybody knows you tried and you can move on. Like T-Jack, or you're great and you have him at small money and you've rebuilt that person's career. Either of those things sounds totally fine to me. I'm all in on both of those. Darnold would be okay. Like again, I'm not going to be mad, but I just don't see that as.
But if it's a Darnold basically on a 1-year deal, right? I mean,
maybe.
And by the way, the longer this goes,
I just don't. Here's what I don't want, bro.
The longer this goes today, the better.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden Pittsburgh's filled up, those musical chairs are filled up. All of a sudden, back, like other guy, maybe a Zach Wilson or you're right. The longer that it goes, more than likely, the better the structure and the better the numbers for the Seahawks.
Yeah. Danny in Gig Harbor says, no, Salk, you said you need a mobile quarterback. That's true. I do want a mobile. I do prefer my quarterbacks mobile.
And I think all three of those guys are all fairly mobile guys.
Yeah,
Daniel Jones ran through you last year in your building. Zach's a pretty athletic, not a great runner. Certainly, Justin is an excellent runner.
Yeah, Zach Wilson would be the toughest one to swallow, I think, of any of those. I think I'm probably ready to discount that. No, he's not going to have the leadership. He's not going to have the. He's not going to have the mobility. Let's cross that one
Lyle,
off.
did you ever confirm? Did he really date the mom of the girlfriend? Did we ever get confirmation
Yeah, he did.
on that? Yeah, we got
I mean, there's certainly stories out there.
It was his mom's friend.
Oh, his mom's friend, Mrs. Robbins.
I think I figured out why Brock likes him so much.
Who?
Sean Payton called his quarterbacks, remember, like orphan dogs last year. And someone asked Zach Wilson what kind of orphan dog he would be.
Ooh, I'm a husky guy. I like huskies. I've got a couple huskies at home. Tender loving.
Yeah.
Tender loving.
That's why Brock likes him.
Maybe more.
I'm a no on Jameis Winston for obvious reasons.
No.
Joe Milton's in. My mom just texted as you were bringing it up. My mom texted about Joe Milton. Like, hey, why not Joe? I'm interested. I'd be intrigued. I'd be intrigued in that one. That would be certainly fun. Malik Willis intrigue you at all, Brock? He had a bounce back year last year in Green Bay. Is he up next for that kind of a? Hey, he tried it once, it didn't work. Is he the next Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I'd be curious when you're talking about kind of draft capital. Again, these are different situations. First three are all free agents. These you got to A, pry away from a team, and B, what kind of value. I'm not giving up one of the top 92 picks. Not doing that. But one of my fourth or my fifth for a Milton or them, and I think both of them would say, yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Oh,
right?
really?
I would think so. Certainly New England and Vrabel. I would think
you'd have to give up, you think, at this point, more than a 4th-round pick.
I would. And I'm certainly not
Joe Milton.
giving up what I just acquired.
Right.
I think for any of those guys.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I don't think that's worth it.
Yep.
But I think both those names are intriguing, depending on what you could do to.
It could be even more intriguing
a
year from now. Kind of back to my point again, why it's, if you don't have it, you don't have that franchise guy, you really can be each and every year trying to turn those stones over. Wow, what an unbelievable morning. And only going to get better.
You guys should go back and listen to the podcast from today. If you missed even a minute of today's show, it was good. This is a good show today.
Pelissaro Thursday, McShay likely tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll see what kind of news breaks. And
yeah, we'll have a whole lot to react to tomorrow, in addition to Todd McShay.
Yeah.
I need a deep breath. I'm not even going to get a nap today, Brock. You know why? Going up to the Kraken Community Iceplex today. I'm going to go play some hockey myself.
This is getting ridiculous.
12:15 novice drop-in game for me today.
If you want to go watch Mike cheer him on,
please don't.
Throw flowers to him.
Please don't.
You were so right.
I just
Mike,
want to try not to
so
get hurt.
Right.
Oh, thanks, buddy. That's nice of you. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You can hear Bump and Stacy's reaction to all of this up next. Until then, the hay
barn
is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith, who has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. What do I think about this? It is going down. This has been a heck of a week. Geno's going to be in Vegas. What that means to me is that they got to sign Sam Darnold. The Hawks have to sign Sam Darnold. But Kubiak's offense, I think, would allow a Sam Darnold to flourish with the play action, with the run game.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our Pro-only checkout and dedicated Pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in some.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Even start today. How about with this morning's non-Seahawks news, just to get those moves out of the way? Wide receiver Chris Godwin is off the market. Adam Schefter reporting he's re-signing with Tampa Bay to a 3-year contract with 2 fully guaranteed years. Khalil Mack also off the market. He reached an agreement on a 1-year fully guaranteed contract with the Chargers. Finally, J.C. Horn agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Panthers. That deal, $25 million per year. That makes him the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. Why it's relevant for the Seahawks. Worth keeping an eye on when they look to extend Devin Witherspoon next offseason. Coming up in 30 seconds, we're talking about the Seahawks' massive trades from the weekend.